them were taken to nearby hospitals. 2 of the wounded in critical condition. The victims ranged in age from 14 to 61.
We are at the mercy of the evidence and the video that we're collecting, so we're going to try to be able to figure that out, and we'll be able to tell you once we review all that. We collected it a couple hours ago. We got people going through it. I can't really tell you exactly where everybody is. There'll be a time for that.
Toledo Police Lieutenant Dan Gergen, but they are actively searching for suspects and are working to determine the circumstances of the shootings. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth met with World War II veterans in Normandy on the 82nd anniversary of D-Day. News Nation's Gabrielle Caracciolo reports it comes as U.S. and European leaders have squabbled over NATO funding, troop movements, and the Iran war.
Secretary Hegseth didn't directly mention either in his remarks this morning, but he spoke about working to revive the, quote, warrior ethos of the D-Day soldiers in the present-day Department of War. And prior to that ceremony this morning, the secretary met with the French Minister for the Armed Forces. During that meeting, they spoke about what Hegseth called NATO 3.0, saying the U.S. is looking towards France as an ally to help build a more credible NATO.
Texas prosecutors have arrested in the case of a teenager stabbed to death at a track meet. Carmelo Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old student-athlete Austin Metcalf last year. Here's News Nation's Xavier Walton.
Potentially the most impactful witness, at least to this point, the third witness. This was a Frisco police officer who was involved in locating the weapon that was used. So in this case, it was a pocket knife. They showed an 11-minute long body cam video. It shows the entire process from when he got onto the scene to where they were trying to create the crime scene and then also locating the weapon that was used.
According to the defense, the stabbing was done in self-defense. Golden Tempo won the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes on Saturday.
Golden Tempo from last to first has the fend-off commandment in the final strides. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Courtesy Fox with jockey Jose Ortiz aboard. Golden Tempo charged down the stretch at Saratoga Racecourse to win. Golden Tempo captured the third leg of the Triple Crown 5 weeks after winning the Kentucky Derby and making more history for trainer Sherry DeVoe. DeVoe, after becoming the first woman to train a Kentucky Derby winner, is the second in 4 years to do so at the Belmont. This is the Worldwide News Network.
Here at 77 WABC, we understand you just can't get enough. People ask me all the time.
It's going to be interesting to see where all this goes.
I never ran away from the challenge. They've been spreading this for years.
You got to admit, this was interesting.
Everybody,
The best talk and dancing on the weekends with Cousin Brucey. Entertaining, informative, with New York's #1 news talk morning radio show. Always speaking our minds with common sense thinking, plus accurate and insightful reporting. And on the weekends, we dance to the music with Cousin Brucey and Music Radio. That's just the impression that we give. The world famous 77 WABC.
Now, 77 WABC Local News.
New York City is in record territory when it comes to gun violence. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said Friday officers have taken over 2,000 guns off the city streets so far this year.
Every gun recovered represents a measure of harm prevented. Through the first 5 months of this year, New York City has seen the fewest murders, the fewest shooting incidents, and the fewest shooting victims in recorded history.
Stats also show city public housing has had fewer shootings, victims, murders, and robberies over the first 5 months than any other time since records have been kept. Tisch says every gun taken up adds to a measure of harm prevented, a shooting that may never happen, and a family that may never have to grieve. With gridlock alert days declared for all upcoming World Cup matches, New York City is releasing its transportation plan. Governor Hochul says fans can get to MetLife Stadium by grabbing a bus at Grand Central Terminal, the Port Authority, or Columbus Circle. Or you can take an NJ transit train from Penn Station, and if train service goes down, the city has a contingency plan with buses on standby. There'll be extra subway service, but Mayor Zoran Mamdani says don't plan to get around the city by car. 5th and 6th Avenues will be shut down between 59th and 42nd Streets starting 6 hours before matches, and 42nd Street will be closed from river to river. New York State is commemorating America's 250th anniversary with more than 200 exhibitions and immersive activities. Some of the events happening across the region include the largest international flotilla of ships in New York Harbor from July 3rd to the 9th. That same week, Jones Beach State Park will put on the Four-Leaf Air Show featuring military and civilian aerobatic performances. RevFest 250 in the Mid-Hudson region will also commemorate the Battle of White Plains at the Ward Pound Ridge Reservation in October. Every event can be found on the state's I Love New York website. President Trump is dismissing public frustration over the expensive price tag for NBA Finals tickets. The cheapest tickets to Game 3 of the NBA Finals are going for more than $8,000 on third-party apps, sparking complaints about the rising price of attending games in person. The president slated to attend that game, which will be played Monday at Madison Square Garden. And for those who can't afford to go, he told reporters they can watch it on television. According to the president, it's sort of semi-free to watch it on television, and that's the way life goes. Closing with the 77 WABC weather forecast. Overnight clear skies with a low of 71. Saturday, mostly sunny skies and a high of 93. Sunday, more sunny skies followed by some scattered light rain, high of 88. I'm Sal Gianbrasso for 77 WABC News.
Always look to the sky. The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
Welcome once again to your weekend as we move deeper into time and space here on the Dr. Sky Experience. On a personal note, go Knicks. And I'm sure and confident. Number 24, Bill Bradley looking down from the heavens as the Knicks, of course, move through the NBA Finals. Let's see, Monday. Well, let's see exactly what happens as they move on to victory. Go Knicks. From the powerhouse Blowtorch Signal, Talk Radio 77 WABC, naturally broadcasting from the center of the universe, New York City, to the nation and the world, welcome to the Dr. Sky Experience. A show that talks about the great mysteries from the realms of astronomy, space, aviation, weather, celebrity guests, and stories of American exceptionalism. We like to call it a sort of theater of the mind. You're welcome with your contribution as we look forward to hearing from you on the great subjects and great guests that we bring to this particular audience. How about it? Many agree. We all learn something as we continue to move through time and space, maybe something that you didn't know during your busy daytime schedule. We like it in critical thinking with dialogue. And equally important, what could be more important than that, is you, the listeners. Our contact number, use it often, 1-800-848-9222, or 1-800-848-WABC, of course. And while you're at it, why not download the WABC app so you're further into our house, and you can stay there as moving through the various rooms in cyberspace that we bring to you here on this amazing radio station, a powerhouse that's beaming out into the universe. Tonight's adventure, ladies and gentlemen, is a continuance with the story, things you may not have heard about this whole story of disclosure, the UFO situation, UAPs, and so much more, with maybe a little different twist. But first, a thanks to our helmsman, as we continue with Bill and all those associates behind the curtain, as we say, that navigate this great signal so it can be heard as loud and proud as you would expect. Great news in the realms of aviation, great news in space, great news all over the place, like last night with the weather situation about the return of a potential super powerful El Nino. But in tonight's adventure, we'll talk more about the UAP and UFO situation with Disclosure. New movie coming out, of course. You've probably heard Steven Spielberg, a very interesting movie coming out the date of the 12th. Disclosure. That's what we want. And we pose this question to the audience before we bring on our special guest. What, if any, other UAP UFO case other than Roswell really intrigues you? And a gentleman who can answer those questions, I'm sure, is our very special guest and friend, Darcy Weir, a director, a producer, and a writer
on the many facets and mysteries of the UFO, UAP world, the phenomenon that is, and much more. You can check out Darcy by going to YouTube. Check out YouTube Movies for Secret Space UFOs. And a little bit more about our special guest. Darcy Weir is on a mission to bring the world's most captivating mysteries, UFOs, cryptids, Bitcoin, and beyond into the spotlight. Over the past 2 decades, he has crafted over 15 feature-length documentaries, each accessible on Amazon Prime and Apple, making these enigmatic topics more accessible and shedding new light on them for the general public. And with that, a hearty welcome to Darcy Weir. Thank you for being with us on the Dr. Sky Experience. Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you, and thanks for staying up with us.
Yeah, Dr. Sky, I'm happy to be here. Steve, always a pleasure. Looking forward to having an in-depth conversation with you.
Absolutely, and all the people out there, because, you know, a lot of people criticize the concept lately. They're saying, oh, more stuff about UFOs. You know, I've had it up to here with this information. Nobody's telling me the truth. But then again, on the positive side, I listened to so many people, and I said, listen, they're saying, you know, there really is something to all this. And this is something interesting I'd like you to talk a little bit about. You just returned from one of the most amazing events in the desert, Contact in the Desert. And what it is, I'd like to describe it and have you give us a little tour, because we weren't able to be there in the beautiful deserts of Southern California. So since 2013, as you know, Contact in the Desert has been the world's leading event for those interested and intrigued by UFOs, UAPs, and extraterrestrial life. The mission there is to provide a platform for open discussions, cutting-edge research, and first-hand experiences in the field of unexplained phenomena. Each year, thousands gather to connect with experts, share stories, and dive deep into the mysteries of the universe. Their website, if people would like to check it, contactinthedesert.com. Darcy, you were there. Talk about this. I mean, this is probably one of the most prolific years because of all the excitement. I don't think there's been a time, maybe other than what, the early 70s or so, when the UFO story then, no UAPs, was at the forefront. Tell us your experience there. It must have been exciting.
Yeah, it was a wild environment for sure. I've been to a number of Contact in the Desert conferences in the past. It's really kind of like the way they set it up. They have multiple stages, and you have to sort of choose which stage you want to go to at a given time. Kind of like a music festival, right?
Nice. Yeah.
And they had so many different speakers. I mean, they had Jacques Vallée back. They had Dr. Eric Davis, who, you know, won my note. He worked on these special access programs, apparently with UAP materials and such. And then you had Tim Gallaudet, former 2-star admiral with the Navy, Jeffrey Nusatelli, who's a new Air Force security personnel whistleblower who was at the Vandenberg Air Force Base when multiple UAP incursions were happening over their airspace. He came forward in Dan Farah's new documentary, Age of Disclosure, and just a whole host of like other really interesting speakers. And everybody was talking about the same sort of stuff. We were all talking about the Department of War, UAP release information. Recently, they had two tranche of documents and pictures and videos released. So it was hot news, and you know this year could be the year of disclosure, literally, from the president and his administration.
I'm hoping that is the case, as many people out there. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is something that really, we talk about things like national security, maybe reasons why we're never to be told the truth on this. But Darcy, this has been going on at least, in the United States, worldwide, who knows, maybe back to the Egyptians and even before with ancient civilizations. But the 80 or so years that this whole story has been withheld from people, I'm fascinated, and I throw that question out to the audience at 1-800-848-9222. What, if any, other UAP, UFO case other than Roswell really intrigues you, ladies and gentlemen? But let me ask that question of you, because you do this so much and so well, and I mean this sincerely, people. If you check out Darcy Weir's contributions in the world of documentaries, I think you will be pleasantly surprised, and why wouldn't I be? But of all these particular stories, give us what you think would be, if you were standing in front of an audience, and you are here on this particular platform, a Theater of the Mind, what would be one of the most intriguing ones to you, other than, let's say, Roswell? I want to hear what you think.
Well, I think there are multiple events that have happened in worldwide history that seem to point to some kind of higher technology than the public is allowed to know about. I'll bring up Westall 66, which happened in a suburb of Melbourne, Australia, called Westall in the year 1966. Broad daylight sighting, hundreds of witnesses, students and teachers, so adults and a very healthy student body, saw a craft touch down on the ground, land behind two schools, a primary school and a secondary school. And the Australian Air Force was involved with that. There was a cover-up. It's still talked about today, but we don't have any clearer answers, but they seem to be flying saucers, right?
Yeah.
You do have the Tehran incident in 1976 over the city of Tehran in Iran. Nighttime, 2 UFOs observed. They scrambled jets to try and shoot this down over that busy city airspace, and the jets got completely scrambled. They couldn't even eject, and they got their instrumentation only when they were a mile away from the larger object. The city had a complete blackout, when this incursion and interception was going on. Really strange stuff, and the American Air Force was over there being debriefed the same week, saying that wasn't ours. So many incredible cases like this that have happened throughout history, mass witness sightings, and, Phoenix Lights, 1996.
Yeah, that's where I am. I missed it. It's a shame. I mean, not to steal your thunder on this, but March 13th, 1997, I get my phone's ringing off the hook. And I've told the story again, Mr. Humble, on this side of the microphone, too. Everybody's calling me going, did you see it? And I said, see what? I was watching a rerun of Seinfeld, and I'm honest. And I have to laugh because the phone kept ringing and everybody wanted to know what the heck it was. Why? Because obviously doing certain things in the media here in Phoenix for years and around the country, people were curious. And one of my friends who was a 727 pilot with thousands of hours as a commercial airline pilot, he calls me from Scottsdale and says, you're not going to believe this. I said, try me. He said the thing was about 5,000 feet long and slowly moving with no engine sound. And I'm like, there's a credible guy, Darcy. I mean, what the heck could that have been? Still, what? One of the most amazing unsolved incidents in this whole UAP, UFO kind of story. That's incredible.
Yeah. And the same year, in 1996, in Brazil, you had the Varginha incident, where a whole city that's, nearly 1 million people today, but hundreds of thousands back then, saw UFOs over the airspace. And eventually they allegedly had a craft crash in the countryside and beings escape, which, were later apprehended. One of these soldiers, that Brazilian military that apprehended one, touched it with his bare skin and died.
Wow, that's powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, what the doctors said in the coroner report was that his immune system completely failed within days of touching this thing. And it looked as alien as you can get. Large red eyes, three sort of finish type bumps in its large head. It had a larger cranium, no hair, kind of a greenish, dark green skin, and they were spindly and thin. Not wearing any clothes either, and seemed to be like exuding sort of like a frog-like slime from their skin, which might have been what caused this soldier to become sick. So that was all pretty well documented by James Fox's Moment of Contact documentary.
Interesting.
And there's so many cases that just seem to be mind-boggling like that, not including, the Roswell incident, which Stanton Friedman sort of repopularized in the late 70s, early 80s, kind of brought that story back into the limelight. And, Philip J. Corso wrote The Day After Roswell, and it's had a huge telling of multiple different witnesses, nurses that were on the Air Force Base, all kinds of personnel, people that helped clean up the wreckage, farm workers, city sheriff, so many people that can attest after the fact that something happened there.
But Darcy, this is so interesting, and I'm on your side of this equation here. I want to be a believer. I am in extraterrestrial life, not just from the astronomical side, which we won't go into right now. Obviously, with the plethora of stars that are out there, if they're like the sun with exoplanets, why and if not, why not having planetary systems with some sort of life? But what's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining the Dr. Sky Experience, we thank you for joining us as part of your weekend, and we really appreciate you. Darcy Weir, he's a director, a producer, a writer on many facets of the mysteries of the UFO, UAP phenomenon, and so much more. If you'd like to check him out, go to YouTube Movies, and you can find a plethora of documentaries under the Secret Space UFOs category, and we'll get into a conversation of that. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the reason we're here. 1-800-848-9222, and I pose a question all the time. This one, what if any other UAP, UFO cases, other than, let's say, Roswell, really intrigues you? And by our special guest, we're all getting intrigued. Here's one that really bothers me in the sense of this was so obvious, according to witnesses. Let's go to July 13th, 1952. Washington, D.C., a UFO incident where UFO objects are seen flying over the capital of the nation, of course, Washington, D.C. A New York Times headline quote, flying objects near Washington spotted by both pilots and radar. Air Force reveals reports of something, perhaps saucers, traveling slowly but jumping up and down. That's bizarre, and all this stuff has been held under wraps for so long. What do you know about that one? That to me is so intriguing. I've seen pictures over the Capitol.
Well, I've seen some pictures, but then I know that there's a fake animated video that is a recreation of what people had seen that night. It seems interesting, right? This is post-World War II, so there was no reason for an adversary to be, flying over the Capitol buildings like that. It was at a pretty, extreme time of peace. I don't think the Russians had anything like that. It seems like an incursion of airspace from a higher intelligence or somebody much higher, like way more capable, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think it's another one of these anecdotal cases where it's a head scratcher. You could go to the Battle of LA that happened many years earlier. I think that was 1942.
Yeah, that's a strange one too. Right, it got the military excited about what? Describe it to us. Something seen, obviously, over the skies of Los Angeles, and it was documented, but then you never hear much about it anymore.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact specifics, but I know that there was an object seen flying in the air. They thought it was possibly an enemy craft, and artillery and shells were launched into the sky at an alarming rate. So many so that some of the ammunition fell onto civilians and killed them, and the actual craft was never shot down. There was never a balloon that they saw pop or anything from all this ammunition. They unloaded like hundreds. I think the number was over 1,000 rounds into the sky to try and take down this object. And there is a famous photo of two spotlights kind of trying to triangulate the thing in the middle of the sky that they're shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the most famous part of that whole story.
Well, we're going back, Darcy, into our time machine. You're right, February 24th, 1942. And I'm reading this here in front of for the audience so they don't think I just had a genius stroke of good luck here. And the story continues about some strange objects seen over the Los Angeles area. Initially, the target of the aerial barrage was thought to be an attacking force from Japan. But Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox, speaking at a press conference shortly afterward, called the incident, quote, a false alarm. When documenting the incident in 1983, the U.S. Office of Air Force History attributed the event to a case of war nerves, that's their quote, likely triggered by a lost weather balloon. Darcy, we've heard about weather balloons in so many stories. That's amazing, right? Totally incredible.
Yeah. So there's people in the UFO community that, kind of, they surmise that, weather balloon, it sounds like Roswell could have been another case where they were trying to take out a UFO. I don't know, but it's just one of these things. And we know that the Air Force is interested in shooting things out of the sky, especially Roswell, if it for sure happened in 1947, like people say.
Correct.
Sounds like they shot it out of the sky, right?
Amazing.
And met multiple others. If you listen to somebody like David Grush or Lou Elizondo, these guys speak to the fact that there is a crashed craft retrieval program. So that means bag it and tag it. If these things have been in our skies, in our oceans, operating, the militaries of the world have been trying to down them and to reverse engineer them, because that's valuable technology. Everybody wants the sharpest and biggest stick on the planet.
Right. The biggest questions of this century and the past century are around this whole subject here. I mean, other than delving into the Kennedy assassination or other, well, quote, conspiracies, we're talking with Darcy Weir, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the bottom, the hard break in just a moment, as we continue to move through time and space. But you, ladies and gentlemen, most important, we see your calls coming in, like Stella in Queens, Frank in Maine, and many others, I'm sure, that will join us. And how to do and be part of the Theater of the Mind, it's simple. You dial 1-800-848-9222. And again, download that WABC app, because it makes the convenience on your side, and it makes it convenience that you can wander through the many houses inside that app to stay in touch with this great radio station. And how about all the other great hosts 24/7 that are bringing you stories not only about truth, justice, and the American way, but the mysteries that go on as we talk with the Dr. Sky Experience with great guests, as you tell us. My email, simply drsky@wabcradio.com, as we continue, as we move through time and space here in June 2026 with the unanswered questions. And the question is posed, when, if ever, will we be told about the story about UAPs? The term is called disclosure. And we will be right back with your questions and comments, and with our special guest, Darcy Weir.
All right. Let me read the comments here. Hello, James Farley. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that backyard grilling video was funny. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It was cool. It was good to do. I'm glad I did the video. Yeah. Hello, Virgil. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Todd. Yeah, good evening, Dr. Sky Time. Hello, LibRab103. Hello, hope you're doing well. Hello, Chicopee Radio. Hope you're doing well. My server during the thunderstorm, we had a little power glitch. For like a second, we didn't have power, and then it came right back up. So my server, of course, the computer got shut down, and then they rebooted. So I had to reboot the computer, but everything else was fine. But yeah, the computer was that server computer, which power went out, and because that one doesn't have a UPS. So that one. So when I came downstairs, I saw the computer was on the login screen. So I knew something was going on. I said, "Oh yeah, I forgot we had a power." As soon as I came inside from the grilling, like maybe a few minutes, all suddenly power went off the whole house. It was like for about a second or two, maybe. And then it came back up. And so far, so good. Right now, it's calm. There's no more rain. It just came by, and that was it. Nothing big. Nothing happened, I know people had a thunderstorm warning on. Over here, it just rained. It was not even heavy rain. It was light rain. And that's it. It's gone. Just like that, it's gone. In fact, for the rest of tonight, the forecast is clear skies now. So I'm like, wow. We went from severe thunderstorms to clear sky. I'm like, wow, this is crazy weather. So yeah. All right, back to Dr. Sky. And like I said, I'll read the comments during the break. I don't want to talk over the show. Anyway, thank you for watching, and enjoy Dr. Sky.
Shostak, senior astronomer at the SETI Institute, and my job is to look for ET by trying to eavesdrop on signals the aliens may be sending our way. And Dr. Sky is sending signals your way on the Dr. Sky Show.
I don't laugh at people anymore when they say they've seen UFOs. I've seen one myself. A quote from former President Jimmy Carter a long time ago. 32 minutes after the hour, our special guest, if you're just joining us, all guests are special, Darcy Weir, director, producer, and writer on the many facets and mysteries of the UFO and UAP phenomenon, and so much more. Darcy, thank you. Let's continue with the callers. She's been patient. Stella on line number 1. Good morning. You're on with Darcy Weir. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Fine, thank you. It's not morning for me, but I have a question. Recently, I have the radio on all the time, so I might get parts of things, and I don't know how correct they are, but recently I heard about an 1,800-foot tunnel to Mexico. And the reason I'm calling you is because the minute I heard that, I thought about that woman's mother that was disappeared.
Yes.
Because this tunnel was going to Mexico, and I was wondering if anybody else heard the parts I heard.
I did, Stella. I have heard that here. And again, the strange story of our friend out there in Tucson, and I know through many people there that she was a friend of the people I know. They have never found her at this point, and it's a very sad thing. But Darcy, I don't know, any commentary on strange tunnels or anything that you might have? A little off subject for this, but hey, Stella, you have a good point.
Yeah, so Stella, you've got me stumped there. It's not on my radar, the news of a 1,800-foot tunnel between Mexico, but I don't know, cartel activity, I'm not.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because when you talk about this, it also has a connection, Stella, to the whole UFO experience. I mean, look at the concept of Dulce, New Mexico, and not to jump and change total subjects, but that's supposed to be a strange situation where there was tunnels under the ground. Who knows who made them? That there was actually an alien intelligence there that met the military. Well, what do you know about that one to help us out on tunnels?
I don't know enough about that either. I disingenuous to say I did. But,
well, Stella, God bless Nancy Guthrie, obviously. We've not found her, and it's a very sad situation. But I did read something about tunnels, but nobody can, we can't really prove anything at this point. Did you have another comment that you wanted to share with us? We'd be happy to listen.
Myself, no. It's just that I wanted to know if anybody else might have heard it clearer, because I leave the radio on and I walk back and forth, so I don't always know if I get the whole story. That was the only reason I called.
Sure. Well, thank you, Stella. And again, to conclude what you're asking about, closer to the border, there's been many tunnels, that is, where allegedly drug trafficking and things are still going on between Mexico and the United States. So that is another story. But I hope you have a good morning, and thank you for being part of our show. Everybody's important. Line number 2, we go to Frank in Maine, a regular caller to our show. Frank, good morning to you.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Sky, and I'm humbled to talk to you 2 nights in a row. And your guest is very, very entertaining and extremely bright. And my question is that I want to talk about the Lonnie Zamora case and the Fort Monmouth UFO that was picked up on radar. Lonnie Zamora, who's seen the UFO on the ground, a very reputable police officer, and the Fort Monmouth incident where they picked it up, they picked this low-flying whatever on radar, and they tracked it for several weeks, not days, but weeks. Will the government ever go back and reinvestigate these things and clear Lonnie Zamora of, actually telling the truth, and go back and look at the Fort Monmouth case and think that maybe that was not anything of a military stature from another country or our own stature? Maybe it was UFO. That's my question.
Well, stay with us, Frank. I mean, Darcy, I'm sure you have a lot more knowledge about this subject of April 24th, 1964. Please continue. This is fascinating about what happened, allegedly, with this individual in New Mexico.
Yeah, Lonnie Zamora was witness of an anomalous craft and its occupants in 1960. Police officer. And this event was compelling because Air Force's Project Book officially classified this case as unknown. Something
that is weird.
Something that the Blue Book usually did was classified things as prosaic or, basically something misunderstood. And this police officer saw an object that looked like an egg craft touch down on the floor of the desert. It put down 3 feet, 2 individuals walking around it. They were short, covered in, sort of metallic-looking jumpsuits. They got back in. It took off at an extremely fast rate after a very sort of fire burst off the ground. And, there was found at the site. There was indents that Lonnie Zamora took a photo of. He was a very good investigator. He was a police officer that took his job seriously. So I think this is a case that should, I think the CIA, I think the Air Force, and many other agencies interested in this, Dr. J. Allen Hynek investigated it. And I think whatever files are available on it, they should come out to the public.
Amen. It's called disclosure. But Darcy, I want to add something to what Frank is talking about. For years, and maybe you had the same privilege, I tried to get Lonnie Zamora on the phone to do an interview like we're doing with you. And it took me about a year, finally, through a person who knew him. And he was very resistant and reluctant, I should say, is a better word, to come on the air. But his health was not that good, as his wife told me at the time. But his story is so incredible right there in Socorro when you see these 2 little beings come out of a little, like you said, an egg-shaped craft. Frank, in Maine, isn't that bizarre? I mean, I got to talk to the man, but in other words, all he kept saying to me was, it's real, and people don't believe me, and it's real, and he passed on. Frank, that's amazing. Isn't that what Darcy's telling us too about this?
Absolutely, and I concur with the stress that was going on with that with that man, because he was, like I said, a reputable police officer, and suddenly he was being ridiculed over something he's seen that probably damaged his health. And that's why I think they should reopen this investigation, not because they claimed it unidentified, but now the disclosure is coming, and I think it will come very, very soon. I mean, full disclosure that he should be renamed as somebody who is important in this genre.
I agree wholeheartedly, Frank. As always, you bring up good points.
Agree.
Totally amazing. Darcy, have you done any kind of investigative documentary on that particular story? I'm just curious for the audience. Maybe they can see more.
I haven't. I've just done research on the case out of, interest. I remember that I heard somebody say the etchings in the side of the egg-shaped craft, there was like a triangular shape, a line, and then two half circles that underneath that. And I remember a researcher that was actually a code for CIA.
No kidding. No, I think I heard you say that before, but what are you saying? If I didn't hear it clearly, maybe the audience didn't, that the markings were what? Reminiscent, or they looked just like the C and the I and the A and what we look at as our letters?
Yeah, and the researcher is Michael Schratt. I think he's way off because I think I don't understand why he would have hired the CIA would have hired two midgets to fly an egg-shaped craft, but, it looked like sort of a non-human intelligence encounter, and one of these people that wants to explain all, non-human intelligent encounters as just a situation from a letter agency or some kind of human interest. So,
well, let's set the stage, Darcy, for this, because this is interesting. Just to set the stage geographically, if the listeners do not know, Socorro is obviously not a gigantic city, an important city. They have a school, I think, a mining college there. And many times when I lived in Albuquerque, I would drive from there down to Las Cruces, where my parents were. But the reason I'm mentioning that, other things that are around there, think about this, ladies and gentlemen. This is interesting if you've never been there. It's not too far away, right, Darcy, from the Trinity site, July 16th, 1945, the first nuclear test in the desert. And if you continue on the 60, which also comes through Arizona, that road, very interesting road, a big history, just to the west by about maybe 25 miles is the giant VLA, the giant radio telescope that sits out there. So the point I'm trying to make here, trying to do like a navigation here with GPS in the mind and virtual here, is that all this is very close to areas that are really what? Perplexing, because the first nuclear blast, the Roswell down in that area, very open area. So who knows what happened, as Frank was describing. Totally amazing.
You got Los Alamos out there. You've got all kinds of Air Force bases, and I think there could be interest from others beyond. Who knows?
Totally right, my friend. We're here, ladies and gentlemen, having a little bit of fun here, as we always do. But even more important than fun, well, I don't think there is much anything more important than fun. Each of us, I'm sure, we learn something every time we listen to this particular show. That is our goal and intention as we continue with Darcy Weir. Almost up against the next break, 1-800-848-9222. We see your calls coming in, like line 3, Robert in New Jersey, line 4, Barbara in New Jersey, and on line 1, Alice in Ohio. We encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to give us your stories, pro or con, on this very subject, because we're all waiting, at least those that are interested in this subject or have an open mind. We certainly want to get to disclosure. Right, Darcy? After all this time, I think it's an obvious situation. We need to hear what's really going on. And in a little while, we're going to hear a comment from another gentleman that was one of my mentors in this whole UFO subject, and I know you knew him. Stanton Friedman, nuclear physicist. I called him the father of Roswell. We'll be talking about that in the short excerpt and a clip that I did from an interview that I'd like everybody to hear about him when I asked him the question about disclosure. We'll be right back on the Dr. Sky Experience. And you, ladies and gentlemen, will be coming on the air with your questions and comments at 1-800-848-9222. We'll be right back.
Sid and Friends in the morning.
You're not gonna believe
this. The best talk every day.
Yeah, so let me get through the comments quick. I'm not going to read everything. Sorry, Chicopee. You wrote a lot of stuff there. Sorry, I'm going to read. But yeah, it's very interesting. I'll say that. Yeah, I went to the website that you told me, the server. I tuned it. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm going to say. I have to admit it was pretty interesting. So yeah. I can't read everything right now. It's just too much stuff reading. But I read it. I mean, I just can't read it back to the audience. It's just going to take too much time. Bob Richard, this feels like someone's about to start a gram pacer test. I don't know what you're talking about, but anyway. But yeah.
Those counter strikes are a form of self.
So yeah, and yeah, I agree on that one. If you're in your area, if the HD is weak, it doesn't make sense to set up your server. Of course, here I'm near New York City. I have a lot of HD stations, and some of them even have 5 sub channels. So I think I have 2 stations on the FM dial that has 5 sub channels. That's a lot. So I don't know. I may consider doing it. Not now, not anytime soon, but because it's going to involve 2 RTSDRs, so I don't know if I don't know. Plus, like I said, I really don't have the server much anymore. I'm getting to the point where I don't think I want to host a FMDX web server anymore. I'm actually bored with it now, only because, like I said, people ruined it. I mean, too many idiots. I think I'm just gonna keep doing this thing. That if you're on my Discord, I'll post a server every once in a while. But right now, that's why I don't want to go all out with the H. Before I wanted to put mad plugins in there and go all out, but the audience ruined that for me. Too many people ruined that experience. So I'm not motivated to add like HD functionality, if possible, on my server. Why? Just to accommodate 1 or 2 people. I just don't care about that anymore. So yeah, I mean, if you could do it, good for you. But I'm not gonna go crazy over it. And like I said, I knew about the plugin for a long time. But I did, I did, and that link, I did go to his FMD, and I did tune another sub channel, so it does work. I gotta say, it does work. It did decode it, and it showed the other sub channel, and but in his case too, he doesn't have a great antenna setup. I think he has his on the ground, which is, why would you put an FM antenna on the ground? I mean, can't you put it as high as you can? But hey. If more people do it, maybe FMDX web server can just make a standalone plugin that I don't have to do all this other stuff, because I saw the stuff you have to do on it. It's ridiculous. And like I said, I'm not motivated to do all that just to please 1 or 2 people that are going to tune my server. It's not worth it. To me, it's not worth the hassle anymore. When I started this a year ago, I was very excited about it.
48 minutes after.
But now, I could care less about, FMDX web server now. I'm ready to pull the plug out of any day now. I'm be honest with you. So, I really could care less. But anyway, if you can do it, hey, good luck to that. All right, back to the show.
I know. Mm-hmm. No, Robert, I don't think anybody's been able to weaponize a meteor. I mean, that would be virtually impossible, because these things come from way out there in the cosmos. But I think we have other considerations here, like anti-gravity. The other concept that space may have in the orbital plane is something called rods from God. These are military products that may be in orbit, large tungsten rods that are not nuclear. And when they come through the atmosphere, just like a meteor would, they're energies. They're called kinetic energy. They could just do so much damage without radiation. So there you go. Darcy, I don't know. Is anything you want to add to that? That's an interesting comment from Robert with a question.
Well, yeah, I think the rods from God was a concept to drop something, like a big tungsten rod as heavy as a meteor and cause a huge tsunami to attack an enemy power, that type of thing. I don't think they would have any control over a meteor unless they. Most of the time, a meteor is either fall too fast or way too big to be steered at the planet. I think most of the time we want to steer away, so.
Yeah, Robert, we want to protect ourselves from those, but did you have another part of that we didn't answer, or something else that you might want to add? Please go ahead.
I'll leave it to you. You're the expert.
Well, I think that Darcy and I are both trying, but you know what? Like we said last night, and many other guests have said, and even Darcy has admitted it, and I always will, if I don't know, I'll be honest enough to say I don't. And there you go. Thank you, Robert in New Jersey. Line number 4, Barbara joins the Dr. Sky Experience. She's in New Jersey. Good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, Dr. Sky. Good morning, Darcy. We are. Something really funny happened today. I thought I saw 2 tall whites walking on the path alongside my house.
Okay.
And I say that because we have a lot of walkers. Our street's very nice for walking. And I see a lot of different characters and people with strollers and people with kids and, kids on bikes. And then I saw these 2 girls walking next to each other along the path. They were very tall. I would say they were about 6 feet tall. And for girls, that's very tall.
That is tall.
Yeah. And they had white skin, like really white. And they had black gym outfits on, very skin tight.
And you're sure they're not trying to help the Knicks? I mean, the Knicks maybe don't need all the help, but you never know. Backup teams.
Well, yeah, my mother would advise against an outfit like that.
No, but seriously, you're seeing these people that look, and obviously you're looking at this, and it's an oddity to you because you don't see these kind of people that tall. But, Darcy, this is interesting what Barbara's talking about. One of the alleged alien type, creatures is what? The tall Nordic blondes? Is that something that you could elaborate on? Maybe Barbara's onto something here. Who knows?
It's something that many people have said that they've seen. And, for example, Travis Walton said he saw that the second time around. When he was on this craft and ran into another set of entities. Who else? Jim Sparks has seen them. Betty and Barney Hill did not see Calvin Parker. I did a documentary called Pascagoula 73.
Oh, yeah.
Calvin Parker talked about how he saw a tall blonde lady in his later encounters. And in his first encounter, she was also taking his blood and all kinds of other stuff. I don't know where this phenotype really comes from, but my mind tends to think that if we're looking at a tall blonde human, it's probably a tall blonde human. And
I think so. Yeah, probably. Right, from my estimation. But Alice, it caught your eye, right, Alice? I mean, to you, that's a different type of person description that you gave us, like 6 foot tall. There are 6 foot tall females, but again, you're talking about them looking incredibly white-skinned and pale? Is that how you would describe it?
Paper white.
Yeah, interesting.
White, so white that it would reflect the sun.
Strange.
And they had very dark eyes. And the bodies were just nondescript. Their running shorts were so tight. The pelvis area was as wide as the two legs. That's how skinny there was not an ounce of fat on them at all. And it's not athletic. It's not they're athletic and thin. I think they were aliens. And another reason why I'm calling is because if anybody calls, if anybody else reports, I'd like to be on the list.
Okay. Well, I hope they're not looking to cause any. Right. I'm not hoping they're not looking to cause any harm to you, and I don't think that's, well, we don't know, but let's hope not. But Barbara, this is very interesting that you're talking about it. It's, again, I think Darcy, I'll let him go first, and myself. Darcy, what do we say when we don't know? We don't know. So
yeah.
Thank you for the report. You're at the right show with these type of things, and stay in touch with us, Barbara, on that. If you have that particular situation again, chime in with us again when we continue to talk about this subject. I thank you for being part of the Dr. Sky experience. Hope you have a good weekend and a very peaceful one. Let's try and see if we can move forward here. Line number 1, Alice in Ohio. You've been patient, and I do appreciate you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. With the encounters, have there been any efforts in communication? You can't have a relationship without communication.
Mm-hmm.
And what type of communication? If any, what were the exchanges? What did you learn? What was the method of communication?
Interesting. In many cases, I won't steal Darcy's thunder, it's been pretty much a thought. It hasn't been verbal. Am I correct in that, Darcy, with the alien intelligence? It's been pretty much something where they, come through your head, and that's amazing.
Yeah, I think what the most commonly reported contactee communication, whether that's just an experiencer, close encounter of a third kind, or straight up abductee, many people all sort of information just being beamed right into their head, like instantaneous thought, imagery, ideas. And I would say for Calvin Parker, again, in this story I did with him, he talked about how he had visions of a major war happening, world war, starvation, disease, famine. You got people like Mallory Rivera, who said he was on board a craft in Puerto Rico in the 90s. He said that this human-looking extraterrestrial imparted that there was going to be an asteroid that hit the planet, and there would be, some kind of extreme worldwide pollution due to that fact. And, then you've got Betty and Barney Hill talking about similar ideas. I think one of the things that constantly comes up is a warning about the future and some kind of doom, and that we need to circumvent that or treat each other better or treat the planet better, all very interesting ideas.
They are, and Darcy, I apologize. I say that to every host and of course every guest, I should say, and every caller. Alice in Ohio, I don't know if we've completely answered you, but it comes to some kind of transcendental meditation or some kind of a transmission to the brain. This is what most of the experiences that I've read about and people we've talked to. Alice in Ohio, thank you for being part of the show. Hour number 1, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up. Nick in Virginia and Ray in Queens, if you'd be so kind enough to stay with us, we'll continue to take your calls, as everybody else around the nation and the world, at 1-800-848-9222. You got about 30 seconds. Give us your summation for hour 1, if anything you'd like to add about this whole UFO disclosure. Talk about it. Well, I think we'll carry on into hour number 2 with our special guest, Darcy Weir. 1-800-848-9222 gets you into the theater of the mind. And now it's time for everybody to go to the snack bar if you choose. as we continue with hour number 2 on the other side of the news and announcements. We'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, all right, break there. Oh man, I just found this radio. Jesus Christ, there goes my bear. And freaking batteries exploded in there, so I was just cleaning it up. So let me turn on the radio. Oh my God, so stupid. I left Energizer batteries in here. I left Energizer batteries in this radio, and they exploded. One of them exploded. Well, not they. One of them exploded in there. So let me turn it on. Let me put on medium wave. And let me put it on... Okay, that was too fast tuning. Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Let me go this way. I'm going to put on WABC here. Well, it's working, but...
Critical condition.
We're going to dissect
There you go.
what happened, and
So it's working. All right.
and certainly the motives are going to be one of them. Why somebody do something like this? It's horrible. Absolutely.
This is a PL360. This is an old radio.
Searching for suspects and are working to determine the circumstances of the shooting.
So it's working.
Defense
All right.
Secretary Pete Hegseth invoked European.
There you go. Okay. And this time I'm not going to leave the batteries in there, because there was a AA batteries inside there. I just put these on. But the ones that were in here, one of the stupid Energizer batteries, one of them freaking, I would just look at it and I saw it. I saw the white, the white acid, battery acid stuff leaking. And I said, oh my God, don't tell me I freaking. Anyway, this time around, I'm taking off the batteries. There you go. Please, people, don't make the mistake of leaving batteries in your radio. Do not do that. Okay? Don't do that. Don't be dumb like I just did. I left the batteries on this radio for probably a few months. And boy, when I looked at the back of this, it was all white. It had the white stuff leaking out of the cracks of this thing. So don't do that. Please don't do that. Do not do that. All right. So let me read the comments. Hello, Elmer Time. I hope you're doing well. AD7LN. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Todd, I need to talk to airmen doing PMIs on that radio. Yeah, well. Okay, they're still talking. They're still on break. Yeah, so, because I was just looking at the radios that I have here on the table, and I saw some white substance around the battery compartment. I said, oh no, I left the batteries on this radio. So while the thing was playing, I took it to the other room and I cleaned it up with alcohol pads. So I cleaned it up pretty good. I'm probably going to get a Q-tip and put some 90% out. I'm going to clean it more because, the connector, the battery, how it has the springs. Sometimes there's still white residue in there. I have to really go in there and with the Q-tip. But I'll do that like tomorrow. But it's okay. It's working. Yeah, it's working. As you heard, it's working. So yeah. But yeah, stupid mistake. I left such an amateur mistake. I should know better than leave AA batteries in a radio for months. Any battery. You can just, oh God, what a dummy. Yeah, please, people, don't do that. Don't leave your batteries on the radio. You're just asking for, and thank God it didn't leak into the board. It was just, right there. And then, by the way, it didn't corrode the connectors or anything like that. So, yeah. It's a good thing so yeah, Chicopee, I have to say, it does sound, I did clicked on HD2 and all that. I think one stage had, I just tuned it briefly because somebody was already on it before that. I I tuned in, somebody came on, and I was like, okay, I don't want somebody to start tuning over. But over here in New York, definitely I will have a lot of HD channels. Because you see my videos. I have a lot of HD channels. Like my Sony and all that. But the problem is I don't want to share that with everybody anymore. I just lost the motivation for that. FMDX web server.
After it was left outside Delaney Hall, when the photographer...
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Last year, when I first got into this FMDX web server project, I was very excited about sharing the radio with the world. But, you know, as time went by, some people are just, you know, I hate to say it, they're just fucking stupid. No other way of saying it. I'm not going to mince words about it. Some people are just fucking stupid. That's it. They're just stupid. They just have no consideration for other people. They go in there and tune the server without asking if anybody's tuning in. They can see it right there when you tune in. When you log into an FMDX web server, if you see more than one person logged in there, chances are they're probably listening to the radio. So if you're going to tune in, at least ask, is anybody, can I tune? And this shit happens all the time. And some people stay on it for hours and all that. I just got sick of it. Honestly, I just got fucking sick and tired of it. So that's why I'm not motivated to do anything for the public anymore. Even the public SDR, when I had the AirSpy, that was cool for a while, but I just, after a while, I started saying, you know what? Why am I sharing this shit with people? These people just, a lot of people just, I hate to say it, some people are just fucking stupid. They don't deserve shit. They fuck it up for everybody else. And it's a metaphor for society. You know, look what happened in LA right now. This fucking mayor's about to, she just won the election again. This is the same mayor that was in Africa when all the fucking houses were getting burned down. And you would think people would learn from that shit. No, they still voted for this fucking bitch. I'm going to say it like it is. Yeah, I don't care. They voted for that fucking bitch. Again. Like, people are just stupid. They don't fucking learn. They don't fucking learn from, you know, they just don't fucking learn, you know? I just don't understand that. How can people vote for someone that doesn't give a fuck about them and they voted for her again? Same thing with New York City with Manami. They knew this guy was a fucking, yeah, it's a runoff, but that's not the point. She shouldn't even be in a runoff. She shouldn't be in a runoff, Todd. That's my point. You would think people have enough common sense to say, you know what? Hell no. I don't want this fucking woman running my city, running LA. I'm sorry. She fucking dropped the ball on that whole shit with the wildfires. But people are just fucking stupid. They're just blinded by, you know, they just can't vote a fucking Republican in because they fucking Trump derangement syndrome. Because they associate every Republican with Trump. So they're just fucking stupid. They rather take the alternative and fucking vote dumb. That's it. It's just this whole metaphor for everything. There's a lot of stupid people in this country, and that's it. We're going down that path. No matter what, even after this guy's gone, there's just too many fucking stupid people here. That's it. And that's the same thing with the FMDX web server. There's too many stupid people out there. They don't appreciate a good thing when they have it in their face. So fuck them now. You see what I'm saying? I hate to rant about it, but that's the truth. That's the way I feel, honestly. You know? Let them fucking vote. You know, you vote what you get what you do. You know, LA, I hope LA burns down the whole fucking city now. Because they're stupid. Because fucking people are stupid. That's it. So whether it's a runoff or not, it shouldn't even be a runoff. That's my point. Seattle mayor just forced to turn on cameras that were already approved. It's just fucking, all these fucking cities are stupid. You know, even this state, this fucking governor's a fucking idiot. All right, back to the show.
Really,
sorry for my rant.
That was the big.
Actually, I'm not sorry about the rant.
Sort of theory in the game of ufology. Other competing theories, but the extraterrestrial visitation theory was his baby. And I got to talk to him when I made a couple documentaries a while back now. I made one called Being Taken about abductions. He championed the Betty and Barney Hill case and found that to be credible. And I also released a series called Secret Space UFOs, and he's in Secret Space UFOs in the beginning. He just lent such a credible voice to the subject from a scientific perspective.
Well, I wanted to add something to the conversation. We had dinner many times as he came here to Phoenix, and we got together to know him. And what I was impressed about, we call him the father of Roswell. Here's a short little excerpt that we did at a very crowded UFO type of an event in California many years back. But sadly, as you know, Darcy, he passed away May 13th, 2019. This was done probably a few weeks before that, and he passed away, sadly, from a heart attack at the Toronto airport. But the reason I want to play this, it has a little background noise, but you can hear him clearly. I asked him the question about when do you think if we'll ever get disclosure? And here's what Stanton Friedman told me at that. Welcome to the Dr. Sky Show. I'm with Stanton Friedman, renowned ufologist. He's here to talk to us, ladies and gentlemen. Why is this government and the government world non-willing to release this information and tell us the truth? I think the biggest thing is that no government wants its citizens to show their allegiance to the planet instead of that government. Nationalism's the only game in town. Interesting. And we all are still identified with our nationalistic origin, American, Russian, Greek, whatever. So I think it's going to be a while before we get over this and recognize it's a dinky little planet, for God's sake. There are planets all over the place. The pale blue dot. Yeah. Tiny little speck. Stanton Friedman, nuclear physicist, thank you for joining us on the Dr. Sky Show. You rock. Thank you for all your work. May this continue that one day you and I and everybody else would know simply the truth, that we're not alone in this vast universe. That's a big answer to a question. It's an important answer. We are not alone. Thank you, Stanton Friedman. Pleasure. Our memories of Stanton Friedman, Darcy, very interesting man, and so much to talk about, but the callers rule here. Let's go to line number 3 and say good morning to Greg in Michigan. He's been patient. Greg, good morning. Your contribution to the subject.
Oh, my God, Dr. Sky. I got to tell you, I put it on Facebook. I found you. Your voice is mesmerizing. You don't realize. You're very special. Mr. Positive, boom, shakalaka. I was going to bring up evolution, but now we're talking about UFOs, and we're talking about alien life form. And here's the thing, Dr. Sky and your distinguished guest. When we look at something, and we look at through the prism of what we've seen by Spielberg and how things are going to look, the green men, the long, lanky bodies with the big heads, will we see and understand exactly something that is so foreign that we can say that it is not of this world? I can't think of anything that you could possibly think of that has not been promulgated by society, media, movies, TV, what have you. And so what I guess I'm asking is, when you look at something and you think it's otherly worldly, how do you know what you're looking at?
That's a very good question, and we're going to turn it right over to Darcy. This is his area of expertise, ladies and gentlemen. Darcy, Greg's bringing up some very interesting philosophic points. Please continue. This is fascinating.
Yeah, I think the eye of the beholder is going to be tainted by their own ideology, their own logic, their own experience. And when they look at something like UFO, they might say, demon, alien, or angel, or in between.
Yeah.
It's a very good point that you brought up. It's hard for people to understand what they're looking at.
Yeah, right, because we think aliens, well, we've seen them in B movies, right, Greg? They all look weird and everything with tentacles and, big claws like lobsters. How do we know? I mean, that's an incredible conversation that we're having here. So, Greg, you get the last word. And also on the Boom Shakalaka, let's push that over to the Knicks as they score many, many baskets and win in the NBA Finals. But it originally came from an iteration from Sly and the Family Stone in the song I Want to Take You Higher when it was known as Boom Laka Laka. But whatever, right, Greg? Boom Shakalaka sounds good to me.
I love it. And I mean, you got to understand, I use it with Stephen A. and Chris Cuomo, but I got to ask you one real quick thing, and I want you to think about this. Is evolution directional?
Wow. Darcy, I'm going to turn that over to you, too, because I'm going to tell the audience I do not know.
I am not a evolutionary, biologist or just in that field, but I do believe that human beings, animals show signs of adaptive radiation evolution, which means as we travel to different parts of the world, we have changed over time. And, maybe I'm open to the idea that maybe a more primitive ape-like man was modified into Homo sapiens. I think the missing link is a great conversation, but I just don't know. I'll go with Dr. Sky there and say I don't know either.
Well, we're always honest, Greg. And you know what? We're going to bring this up in other iterations of the show because we have other guests that we want to bring on that talk more specifically to those points. But thank you for calling, and appreciate the kind comments about this show and, of course, the great guests that we have. So I hope you have a good weekend. Thanks for being part of the show. Let's go to line number 5. He's been patient. Nick in Virginia, if you're with us, you're on the air with Darcy Weir.
Good morning, Dr. Sky and Mr. Weir. Earlier you were talking about a sighting over Washington in 1952.
Correct.
And I had to laugh when you said that because The Day the Earth Stood Still came out in 1951.
One of my favorite movies.
That.
Yeah. Right.
Me too. And it had that, that saucer flying, it was so funny looking saucer flying over Washington, D.C. So I had to really laugh whenever you guys talked about that. But I have a couple questions for you, and let me preface it by saying this. Mm-hmm. I'm agnostic about alien life forms visiting Earth, because, one, the difficulty of space travel, and highlighted to me by man's own inability to explore the moon 60 years after setting foot on it.
Correct.
And it's due to the failure of the Earth to create enough wealth to do so. Apollo 20th was canceled because they needed that booster rocket to put the space station up.
Right. So was Apollo 18 and 19. Obviously, you're right. You count very well because those were Skylab. Imagine people living inside a booster rocket. That's exactly what they did. Those astronauts, that's amazing. But no, continue, please, because I want Darcy to jump in on a response to this.
Well, you have Elon Musk, and, you got the Chinese and U.S. now we're trying to race back to the moon and try to set up a foothold on there. And I have some comments about that because also, but the questions I have for you is what would it be our Earth's interest about making contact?
Go ahead, Darcy. You brought up a good point. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think there could be multiple implications, right? Multiple competing interests if you believe the idea that maybe the universe is teeming with life and we're yet to have that fully acknowledged in the public. Maybe some of that life wants to exploit us, like we would exploit a third world country. Maybe some of that life wants us to join them to, become a higher purpose being in the galaxy, and to learn more and become, more knowledgeable. Perhaps there are beings out there that are indifferent to us, and they look at us as, some very low form of life that they can manipulate and mess with because they're higher on the food chain. I don't know.
Sure.
But I'm interested in all these implications. And it is possible that those could be different versions of what's at play here. You never know.
No, you say it so well. I want to mention, Nick, in closing, because we got to move forward. That movie that you're talking about, The Day the Earth Stood Still, I'm such a fanatic about that movie. Here's how. I actually found in a bookstore Laserdisc copy, which is this gigantic box. Remember Laserdisc, ladies and gentlemen? Now I'm dating myself. And it's signed by the executive producer, and it has this entire booklet in there. And you know what, Nick, I'm never going to let that go, because that movie so much opened our minds, not about aliens being monsters, but the whole concept about give peace a chance in the universe. And if you haven't seen that particular movie, I hardly give homework, right, Darcy, here? And I know you're not. But I would suggest that people get it, because it also ties into what you were saying, Nick, about July 13th, 1952, a strange series of sightings right over the Capitol. Nick in Virginia, thank you for being with us. Appreciate your time. Let's continue, Darcy. Excitement builds here. Line number 2, Ray in Queens. You've been patient. You're on with Darcy Weir. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. I readily admit I'm a minority of one in that I find the entire subject nonsensical and the discussions of that subject laughable. I could replay any show of Art Bell from 35 or 40 years ago, and it would be the same thing. This happened in 1962. This happened in 1971. Now, of course, we have everybody could take a picture at any time of anything, and we have all these scientific things out in space. Nobody sees anything. You had a caller 3 or 4 back. She said that, these were paper white beings dressed in black. Would never think of picking up the phone and taking a photo, and I just laugh.
Well, Ray, let me jump in here before Darcy, and I think the audience will appreciate these comments. I want to be very candid with the audience, too. And maybe what you're saying, Ray, and nothing against Darcy. God bless him. Look at all the research he's doing. But of all the sightings, Ray, that we've had, show me one credible piece of evidence that we can hold in our hand. And if the disclosure thing was really going to go along the right way, I think Darcy would agree. If we have these alleged craft that have been captured and recovered, and alleged bodies, as David Grush says, that the government does have, let's do the 250th anniversary of the United States and set it up where we can have everybody come down to the Washington Monument, right, and take a look at this. But you're right on that point. But the reason we love this subject is because if you look at it astronomically, and I'm not trying to convince you, Ray, you're entitled to your opinion. I respect it. But the thing is, if so much out in the universe replicates what we seem like a solar system, why couldn't there or wouldn't there be something out there? Darcy, sorry to take the time, but your response to Ray.
Well, Ray, I understand your frustration. There's a lot of people that do think this is laughable, and I think there are cases and stories that emanate from this community that are laughable. I agree with you on some of that. But then there's cases that are real, that seem to show trace evidence, scientific observations that could be made afterwards, lots of credible eyewitness testimony, military pilots. These guys you trust to protect your country, and they're chasing these things in the sky and getting outmaneuvered. So I would call those people credible observers, and I don't want to call those people liars. I don't want to call that laughable either. I take that seriously. So to each their own. may you have a, pleasant year, and I hope your life stays positive regardless of what happens with this whole disclosure movement. It's not for everybody. That's fine. You can't poo-poo all of it.
No, I know. And let me say how I was disrespected, Ray. If you're hearing and you're still with us here, we're going to move on in a minute. But I want to tell a quick story. I was asked to speak at Roswell, and this is about when I was in my 30s. That was a long time ago. And my topic was something simple: how to become a better sky observer. So what did I do? I had a 2-hour presentation in this giant auditorium, kind of cool, the UFO Museum. And all I was there to do is to say to people, if you do not know the map of the sky, why not learn it? That's a planet, that's a star, here's the named object, so why? Why are we doing this? You know, Darcy. So that we can identify things, so when we do have a report, we don't hear a report like this. Something came out of the sky over here and moved here, and it was bright. Well, that's not really a report of credibility, right? It's just maybe you did see something. Afterwards, at the end of that talk, I had people come up to me, and they were seniors when I was in my 30s, and they were actually poking my chest going, "You're not a believer." And I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I'm only here to help you identify." In other words, if you don't know how to drive between point A and B the old map way, good luck in trying to find a location. But simply, I think my point is well made. Learn the heavens, learn the map of the sky so you can become, what? A credible reporter, right, Darcy? Of these objects. And even if it's 2% that are so amazing, that's what keeps me going. And Ray, appreciate your commentary. So thank you, both sides of the equation. Let's continue before we drop to the bottom of the hour number 2 at the hard break. We go to line number 1. John on the West Coast in California. You're on with Darcy Weir. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Sky. I would like to ask your guest if he knows anything about chemtrails. I'm a retired truck driver. I drove for about 42 and a half years. And one day I was coming from Vegas, headed south on Interstate 15, and I saw, just before I got to Barstow, I saw this chemtrail. It was as big as a Ferris wheel, and it was like a slinky, a big slinky, and it was big, thick, and solid, and it went all the way to Victorville on the side of the road.
That's
now,
big. What
in the world? It's big enough for you could pilot a plane right in the center of it. Mm-hmm. And this chemtrail was all the way to Victorville. I get to Victorville just before I got to the hill there. It disappeared. It wasn't there anymore. But what in the world made that?
I have no idea, other than allegedly Dan Whittington. He's a gentleman we have on geoengineering. And I'm sure to answer your question better, John, we would have him. In the interest of time, before we go to the hard break, Darcy, I think this is fascinating what people are seeing. Like John in California, truck drivers have their eyes all over the road and maybe even into the sky as they refuel. What the heck do you think he saw? What's a description of what you heard?
I don't know. Without seeing an object in front of the chemtrail or contrail, it's anybody's best guess. Maybe it was a top secret, military spacecraft that had just shot off into the stars. Who knows? But
and John in California, here we go to. Yeah, it is strange, Darcy. But a lot of military secret equipment and aircraft are tested. The whole basis of Area 51 was not about just the UFO story. It was about Lockheed's amazing aircraft, which I knew many of the pilots, the A-12s, and then the predecessor, the SR-71. So you never know. They're also seeing strange objects, John, in the sky, which could produce these things. The strangest one was seeing the contrails called donuts on a rope. And what's that? They were these pulse wave detonation engines that they thought had something called dark star, something that could go super fast, beyond that of like a SR-71. And what you're seeing is credible, but we don't know. So I appreciate you, John, in California, for being part of the Dr. Sky experience, and hope you'll stay tuned. Dean Whittington is the gentleman that we'll have in the future, so I'm sure you'll want to check back on the details of geoengineering. More with our special guest, Darcy Weir. I'm going to bring up as we move into the new half hour, the last half hour of the show, a conversation that we have. There was an author and a journalist, Ben Cost of the New York Post, that brought together an interesting article, and we'll talk about it. It's highlighted scientific issues on the UAP contact protocols. In other words, science are issuing UAP contact protocols. In other words, rules of how you need to follow them if indeed you are the one who discovers an alien civilization signal or contact. Much more with our special guest, Darcy Weir, and all of you, like Robert in Philadelphia, Frank in the Bronx, Elena in New Jersey, Tony in Clifton. Thanks for your patience. The Dr. Sky continues on the other side of these announcements.
So they're on a hard break there. Hello, Chrissy. I hope you're doing well. I had to wait after the commercial break so I can read the chat. So just, if anybody, when I do the Dr. Sky show, I'll read the comments during the commercial breaks. Because I don't want to talk over the show. It just doesn't make any sense to do that if I'm, trying to put the show on for you guys to listen. Yeah, so there is a runoff, but it shouldn't even get to that point, Todd. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's just too many stupid people. And of course, it's probably more than that. There is probably some cheating going on too. Because she was behind. She was actually gonna lose. And then all of a sudden they came out with all these ballots. Oh my God, we got all these ballots coming in the last minute. That's their game. That's their playbook. Just like the 2020 election, they stole that election. I don't care what anybody said. That election was stolen. So, fucking guy was like in 5th place in the primaries. And all of a sudden, everybody bowed out and he became president. Fucking senile Joe Biden. Come on, Bill. Are you kidding me? The guy ran two times before that. He didn't even, all of a sudden he won. Come on, there was fucking cheating going on. Yeah, same thing with the mayor in Chicago. Yeah, that's another fucking place that, unfortunately, there's just a lot of fucking cheating going on. Just rampant cheating. That's why I'm saying, 250th anniversary, God bless America and all that. But I think by the 300th anniversary, none of us won't be around by then, unless you guys are immortal, or if somebody was just like, maybe a couple of young guys might be in their 60s or 70s by then. But I won't be around for that. This country won't be the same by then. Right now, I hate to say it. I think in 25 years from now, this country will be really unrecognizable. And I probably won't be here by then.
UAP contact protocols. And in simple English, it states this.
Yeah, Todd says, Illinois keeps trying to mess with my dad's teacher's retirement. Yeah. Yeah, they keep tapping into the funds because they want to give it to the illegals. That's their constituents right now. Their constituents is anti-ICE and the illegals, the whole anti-ICE movement, which is stupid, but that's what they stand for. All right.
Because this was just given to me not too long ago. What say you?
Well, just tell me a bit more about what was given to you. I mean, I'm a little bit dubious on it.
Well, basically, and it would take me hours to read this, and it's kind of unfair if you haven't seen it, and I understand that. It's by the internet. I recommend people go to the New York Post. I think it's today's edition, in which the journalist, Ben Cost, if you just search this, it basically goes through these 8 principles of which people are supposed to follow, or governments. But the bottom line on this, it seems as if they want the UN involved in this, about disclosure rules and all the kind of things to tie people's hands up. And I think that's the gist of it, without me going into too much detail. I haven't read the entire, it's like maybe 25 pages of the International Academy of Astronautics. Why I'm saying this, Darcy, it's kind of interesting because now somebody's got their hands in the pot here, and I don't know if that's good. It's like so much control. In other words, who will make the announcement if UFOs are real? And if you don't follow these protocols, in other words, they're trying to weed out maybe the things that are fake in their interpretation. What say you on that limited information that I've given you, if anything?
I think it's important that we weed out the fake information so that only the truth is what's up for discussion. If we have a bunch of BS that's in the midst of the conversation, dominating the conversation, especially in ufology, it's just going to mire us, keep us from moving forward. And I appreciate some framework that's being proposed to leave the garbage behind and only pursue the greatest stuff, right?
Yeah.
I like that. And I think if, the United Nations is interested in it, supposedly Jacques Vallée back in the 70s was interfacing with the United Nations on the UFO subject. So multiple countries being interested and engaging with a framework from which we should move forward and address UFO, non-human intelligence, awareness, and truth. I'm all for it.
I hear you. And again, it's unfair to throw you under the bus on this one. Certainly not my intention. But the story goes on here, and in the simplest English that I could say it, no replies should be sent. So in other words, if there is a detection of alien life, I'm saying maybe through a radio telescope or some other methodologies, they're saying that unless we follow these principles, no replies should be sent. And I wonder why. I mean, if somebody discovered something and said, hi, here we are, come over here and visit us, somebody more powerful, like, quote, UN, global government, wants to be, involved in this so we don't mess up the communication in their words. That's an interesting story. Obviously, something that we can't figure out right now. Let's continue on line 3. Let's go to Robert in Philadelphia. He's a regular caller, and we wish him a good morning. Thank you. You're on the air.
Hi, Dr. Sky. It's good to talk to you again, and I really appreciate your guest, Dr. Weir. I had one simple question, but one can't help but, you hear the show and things pop into your head. I think that, and I promise I'll be very quick, I think that evolution is directional because it always leads to more complex organisms. The doctor had mentioned something about our separation from the ape family, and I would just encourage listeners to look up human chromosome number 2, the fusion that made the difference between us and the chimpanzees and why people think that it was manipulated. And as far as the agenda, you would think that if they wished us harm, they would have done it a long time ago. And I'm hopeful in that regard, but I'm also mindful of the fact that 600,000 people disappear every year just from North America alone, which is kind of astonishing to me, not to mention the various actual civilizations that have disappeared in the past. But I'll get right to my question. I was very curious about the element moscovium, the synthetic element, the heavy element that was developed in a joint thing between us and Russia. And it harkens back to something Bob Lazar had said, because he mentioned that element had something to do with propulsion. Now, there is no uses for it now other than to study its quick decay. So I'm wondering why they would synthesize something that wasn't native to Earth. You know what I mean?
You're right, Robert, on the moscovium. It's almost theoretically, in other words, if you see it, it would be like a spark and it would vaporize. So in other words, they haven't had sustainability on that was the big issue. And then the whole Robert Lazar story is another subject. But Darcy, this is fascinating. It goes on to this unobtainium thing. Well, what do you know and what Robert's talking about? I'm sure you have better information than I do.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting story, and I think that if something is really powerful, it tends to be more unstable, right?
Correct.
Let's look at hydrogen, for example. Hydrogen stands out as a combustible gas because it's more unstable. It's actually more combustible than your typical gasoline. That's why hydrogen is not widely used as a auto fuel, right? Because
Correct.
You could make a little hydrogen bomb pretty quickly if you screw that up. And element 115, supposedly you can only manufacture, a couple atoms of it together at a time, and then they go up in a spark in oxygen atmosphere. So people don't understand how this cylinder of it was made to stay stable and be dropped inside of the engine system, let's call it, of the sports model that Bob Lazar was reverse engineering or studying over at Papoose Lake S4 facility.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is instability is something we do know about on the periodic table for things that are powerful. It's just whether they're always real, and whether the stories are just mirroring something that we do know of in order to sell their own fantastical nature, let's say.
You bring up a good point, though. That's interesting. So unobtainium, moscovium, Robert, this is interesting. They're not something that you go out and, be able to produce where you can see a measurable amount of this. But how about this, gentlemen, in the audience far and wide of Talk Radio 77 WABC? If you could create antimatter, the power of that would literally be off the charts. We have to thank, if you go back and do your own homework on this, Paul Dirac, a physicist a long time ago, back, let's say, in the 1920s, came up with this whole concept of what antimatter is. But Robert, fascinating stuff you always bring to the table, so thank you for being part of the show. I hope your answer is there, even though none of us know how to make moscovium and keep it in any kind of a thing where you can look at it, hold it, or use it as propulsion. Thank you for being here. I got to go on this one. Stanton Friedman, back to him. He had some real criticisms of Robert Lazar. Do you know much about that? I mean, I don't want to dig too deep into it. I'm not trying to malign anybody here, but do you have a general idea of why he thought that?
Stanton claimed that he researched background of Bob Lazar. He checked into MIT, that Bob never attended there. He said that he checked with, Los Alamos. He never worked there, and most certainly never had a record working at a S4 lab or anything like that. And that was supposedly with the Navy that he was employed.
Right, naval
that
intelligence.
Could have been the truth. Yeah, naval intelligence, exactly. The Office of Naval Intelligence. So, I mean, there is such a term as sheep dipping, where, if a employer that's from an intelligence or military background really doesn't want you to seem credible anymore, they can wipe your records. And I wonder if that's what happened to Bob Lazar by the time that Stan Friedman came about him. I'm not sure.
Well, let me say this to the audience. I had Robert Lazar on as a guest a long, long time ago on the phone. Never met him in person. But he was so enamored by his vehicles that he made, these jet-powered cars, and how cool. He seemed like a very smart guy, of course. But I always thought his story, to me, sounded very credible. I mean, what he talked about was interesting, and so many people believe that there is this hidden place, as you appropriately talk about, Papoose Lake, S4, where all this secret stuff has been going on, and now it's moved somewhere. So that, to me, is just totally bizarre. But again, not bizarre Lazar, but Robert Lazar. But Stanton was really adamant about that. We'd had dinner, and we'd be talking, and he was going on telling me about, I did this, as you explained very clearly. I did a deep dive into his background. So amazing. Maybe they did wipe, right, Darcy, this guy's background. So maybe he did do this. So the mystery continues. Show us some evidence of these craft that you talked about, levitation, with using this, anti-gravity warp drive or whatever the heck it was. That's an amazing story. But we're going to continue, folks. If we haven't gotten you on the air, we'll do our very best to do that, and so much more with our special guest. Check out Darcy Weir, of course. Go to YouTube, the YouTube movies of YouTube, and check out his secret space UFOs. I think you'll be most impressed by this gentleman. We'll be right back as we count down the remaining portion of hour number 2, and we'll do our best to get you on the air.
You talk.
All right, here we go. Yeah, Todd. Yeah, big pot of money, of course. That's what the Democrats are good at spending people's money. That's it. So I'm not shocked by they trying to raid your dad's retirement, fund. That's what they do. They don't care. They don't care about the working. They don't care about the people, the working. What they care about is, the illegals, the victims, the minorities, all victims. Listen, I'm a minority too. I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, I'm Hispanic, whatever you want to call it, minority, whatever. I'm not a victim. Okay, I'm not a victim of anything. I grew up in the South Bronx. I grew up in the Bronx for 40 plus years. And I moved to Yonkers. I'm not a victim. Okay, so did I have to overcome a lot of stuff? Yeah, I did. Of course, I overcome a lot of stuff. That's why I'm here right now, live streaming, and I live in we own a home here in Yonkers now, so I'm living the American dream. I'm living the American dream right now. So it's possible for a guy like me to live the American dream, despite of where I came from, the Bronx, despite of, the stuff that I was associated with when I was young, So yeah, you know what? I don't believe that. I don't believe you're a victim. I don't believe that. I don't believe that bullshit they're trying to feed people. I really don't believe that.
Evidence in the video that we're collecting, so we're going to try to be able to figure that out. And
I don't believe that.
Do all that. We collected it a couple hours ago. We got people going through it. I can't really tell you exactly where everybody is. There'll be a time for that.
Toledo Police Lieutenant Dan Gherkin. Excitement grows ahead of Game 3 of the NBA.
Okay, so they're still talking about, Yeah, so, that's the way the Democrats are. They just want to bullshit everybody and say that everybody's a victim, that, Republicans are the ones that are keeping you down, keeping you poor and all that and whatever. That's a bunch of bullshit. Fucking bullshit. I fucking, just fucking hate, but by the way, years ago, I voted for Democrat. Now I just can't stand the fucking Democratic Party. I think they just fucking nuts. They're all fucking nuts now. All right. Back to Dr. Sky for the last 13, 14 minutes.
47 minutes after the hour, we go right to it. The caller board is full. We'll do our very best to get as many on the air in the remaining time.
One of the reasons there's so much confusion about UFOs is exactly like you were saying, there is no science to the approach of it. And the other thing, which is very generic to me and basic to me, is that we have not gone to space. We have not set up residence there. So we're just hearing, I think what we're hearing is they visited here. We know astronauts may have seen something when they were flying in space, but basically it's all dropped down here. And the validity to all this will be much more scientific when we could say, I feel that we've gone to space. We have like the Jetsons used to go from place to place. Is that true? Is that a good way of looking at this? Or can we see credible evidence without going to where they are?
Very good question,
somewhere.
Darcy, I think this was made directly for you. It's interesting.
Is dog astro?
Well, I heard a couple things there. I mean, one of which is that we didn't go to space, but we did go to space. Bit confused by that. Do you just want to clarify that a bit for me?
Sure, sorry. What I mean is that we flew in space. We haven't set up,
centers and landings there, and we haven't, done like research centers there to see what's going on there.
On the moon or Mars or something?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the International Space Station, which is a research center that floats in cislunar space. And there are known CIA, Air Force programs that have, space stations that are off the books or have been in the past with manned personnel. And then on top of that, you do have autonomous research instrumentation up there, like the X-37B, which can be launched into space, looks like a space shuttle, and is unmanned, but can be in space for over a year at a time.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I do think that there's a possibility we don't know everything that's going on up there. I think that we're just told the very minimum. And I think space is the final frontier. I think this is the greatest theater to orchestrate a war. And the powers that be, the U.S. or Russia or China, they're all vying for supremacy there.
Interesting. Tony, thank you. I wish there was more time to explore this, but you're always right on with great questions and comments. I wish you a great morning and look forward to listening and speaking with you in the future. Time is of the essence. Line number 4, Frank in the Bronx. You've been patient. Your comment to Darcy Weir.
Hey, Dr. Stein. Hey, Dr. Weir. I just want to make 2 comments, okay? About alien life, how they would look. It's all going to depend on the gravity of the planet. They might have 4 legs, short bodies, It's not going to, it's not going to look like us, you know what I'm saying? Gravity's going to dictate what it looks like.
Right. In other words, the gravity of planets maybe shapes these, quote, aliens, right? Beings.
If it had more gravity, you'd be crushed. So,
right. Just like us, Frank, if we went to the sun has the gravity. Of course, you couldn't do it. It's so hot. 27 times your body weight, you would be smashed down like a, just like a whatever would be smashed down. Just not good. But that's a fascinating story. Maybe the aliens look like. Go ahead.
One more comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think alien life is already here. Like, if you look at the octopus, there's nothing like that in this world, So I think that it came from somewhere else, And they're very smart. They can figure out problems.
Well, thank you, Frank. Your conversation about alien life is here. Who better than Darcy Weir to discuss what he might say about that? Darcy,
thanks, Frank. Yeah,
go ahead,
I think alien life could be here, and I think the government's going through the process to figure out how to disclose that to us. I'm waiting to see what happens in that regard. I think there's enough cases throughout history that prove something has happened. I'm also open to the government having, or the militaries and their third-party contractors having secret tech that they want us to think is alien. That could be a very big reality as well. So we'll see what happens. We'll see where the shoe falls.
Line number 1, Alan in Long Island. You've been patient. How are you this morning? You're on the air.
Gentlemen, great show, and this is the perfect call to finish everything off. Gentlemen, you're both very entertaining, but the truth is, on this planet, we have no space aliens. I call it Studio 51, not Studio 54, not area. We have no space. We have no space aliens, folks. There are no bodies of space aliens, no space alien craft that we have. Because if we did have it, we would have seen it years ago. It does not exist. It's a cottage industry, meaning a lot of people make money off of this. They give seminars, they give speeches, they write books. And this is something which really is unfortunate, because I will tell you, in America, we have been invaded by the third world, and you guys don't seem to be worried about it. If you really were worried about something going on, you would also bring this up and say, hey, look, this world, the United States of America, has been invaded by the third world. We have a communist mayor in New York, a communist mayor in L.A.
Alan, I hate to cut you short, but let me say this. When we do stories about American exceptionalism, I want you to be the first caller, because that's a good subject. And believe me, my friend, I did 20 years of a show called A Call to Rights about American exceptionalism. Not that I'm the only guy who can do it, but for this format, we'll have to take your word that the alien thing is not real. Darcy, you get the response on this, and we'll try to get one more caller in before the clock runs out. Thank you so much, Alan.
Alan, they're real. They're coming to get you, buddy. You can't stop it.
That's amazing. Let's go to line number 3, down in Long Beach. You've been patient. Good morning. You're on with
Yes,
Darcy.
good morning, gentlemen. Just want to comment on Tony's comments earlier. As far as we know, none of our probes that have been out in the solar system or wherever have seen any evidence of life or other civilizations. Not that maybe I don't know, NASA's hiding something from us, but to my knowledge, nothing has ever appeared there. The other question I have is scale. You would think that intelligent or any beings from another planet, the other planet most likely is not the same scale as Earth. It may be huge. It may be a Jupiter-sized planet.
Correct.
And they would have a problem. I mean, these would be huge creatures based on where they come from, or even smaller. Maybe there were smaller planets. So what we're seeing is basically the same scale as far as spacecraft or alleged beings that are Earth-like. Not to disregard that. I mean, maybe
it
that's
makes
in the
sense.
future,
Yeah, it makes sense.
but that should be looked at a little bit, I would think. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Don, for being part of the show. Darcy, I hate to cut you short, but you got about a minute for a response, and the clock rules as we move through time and space. Thank you.
Yeah, we get all kinds of reports of different phenotypes, these supposed aliens. We've got a lady that called earlier tonight that talked about these white-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic-looking beings. You've got the Greys, you've got mantis-looking ones, you've got reptilians that are reported. How much of that is true, and how much is just like some science fiction blurred line? I don't know. But I'm open to it, and I think science will only prove these things to exist over time or disprove them. We just have to wait and see what the government's been holding on to as well.
Well, Darcy, I hope and pray to the almighty powers in heaven that we get some answers on the disclosure. The government's doing what they're doing. We'll do a future analysis if you'd be happy to come back here, and I appreciate your time. And then we're all going to go out and see Spielberg's movie on June 12th or thereabouts, right after. Obviously, not necessarily that day it starts. And we never even got to talk about these things. The sad stories about many of these scientists that are missing. Melissa Casillas, they found her body after a year. That is a really strange story. As administrative assistant at Los Alamos Labs, General McCasland, and so many others. But Darcy, we'll have to check you out, of course, and I will, and hope everybody else will. How do you find Darcy Weir? Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube Movies, Secret Space, UFOs. He's done a heck of a job, ladies and gentlemen. I'm serious. I implore you to go out there to open our minds. That's what we try to do here on this radio show, that we learn something each week, not because of me, but because of the very special guests that we get, and we really do appreciate it. I don't want to apologize to Elena, who's been very patient. We ran out of time. And to anybody who tried to get through, we hope that you'll call again. Next week, on this particular Saturday into Sunday morning, we have a very special guest, Dr. Rainer Zittelmann. Will be calling us from Germany. His book, he's a great capitalist, but he's written a very interesting book that's really apropos, New Space Capitalism, as we continue to talk about the entrepreneurial path to the stars, his story about how Elon Musk will soon to be, if not already by the time we have him on, the first trillionaire as the big SpaceX IPO goes out there to the world. It's amazing, don't you think, Darcy, how far we've gone from the time of the first Sputnik back October 4th, 1957. I appreciate your time, and I want to thank you and hope you'll come back. You have a good morning.
Thank you
so much.
Had a great time. Take
Thank
care,
you.
everybody.
And stay tuned to Talk Radio 77 WABC as we pass the microphone to Lionel for another side of midnight.
All right.
Again,
Anyway, I'm gonna stay on for a little bit. Yeah, Lionel's coming up next. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I guess Lionel's doing weekends now. Yeah, the SpaceX thing is a big deal. June 12th, IPO. SpaceX is gonna go public on the NASDAQ. Not the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ. SpaceX stock is going to go public. So the valuation on SpaceX, right now, Elon Musk is worth about $300+ billion. I think $400 billion he's worth now. But SpaceX is a private company. Well, on Thursday, it's going to be a public company. Is it Thursday the 12th? No. Friday the 12th, right? Anyway, on the 12th, SpaceX is going to be public, open for trading in the NASDAQ IPO. And if the stock goes at a certain price, which is going to be $100 a share, that will make Elon Musk the first trillionaire in this planet. Well, any planet, but this planet. Right now, he is the richest man already at $400 billion, more or less. That will put him over $1 trillion for SpaceX. And by the way, SpaceX stock is going to sell. It's going to sell. We're buying some. We already have a little something on the side. We're going to try to buy whatever shares we can buy of SpaceX. We are buying some, maybe 10 shares or whatever, depending on how fast the price goes up. I told you about Facebook. We bought Facebook many years ago. We bought Facebook on day one. When it came out, we bought 100 shares of Facebook when it first came out. And right now, Facebook is doing very well. It's been going up and down lately. Facebook at one time was $700 a share. So think about that. We bought Facebook when it was $38 a share. So just think about that. So if you're going to invest in something, I'm not giving people financial advice, but you might want to look into SpaceX. By the way, also SpaceX is not only space exploration, on the umbrella of SpaceX. Starlink is also in that company. So, of course, Starlink is very rapidly growing. So if you want to invest in Starlink and SpaceX, SpaceX, of course, and his mission is to go to Mars. His mission is to colonize the moon and do some kind of moon vacation and things like that. Theoretically possible in a few more years, people might actually go on the moon for vacation. Also, the moon is going to be a kind of a, how they say it, a starting point to going to Mars. So eventually, what I'm trying to say is eventually they're probably going to build a launching pad on the moon to launch to deeper space or Mars. And also one other thing about the moon, which I believe, and I said this years ago, by the way. I said this years ago. I heard this years ago, and I believe this. I believe whoever goes on the moon and establishes a colony on the moon will become a trillionaire in terms of mining for rare minerals. Okay? So SpaceX is now going public. So think about that. It's also could be a mining stock. A mining stock for lunar materials. And we know right now, there could be diamonds or gold or whatever's on the moon underneath the surface, or whatever precious metals is there. So think about that too. So not financial advice, but we're definitely, my wife and I, we're going to buy some SpaceX. And yeah, because I think that stock is going to go ballistic. Yeah. Now Elon is he's a brilliant man. And he's, some of the stuff that he's doing right now is years ago was science fiction. Remember when the rocket comes back to Earth and it lands on the pad? Years ago, 20 years ago, that was science fiction. He made it into science fact. Just think about that. Just bringing back the rockets, like the boosters, bringing back the boosters. Okay? Think about that. Messing with the moon can really mess up the Earth if something went wrong. No, I don't think it's going to destroy the moon. Plus, honestly, for example, I know you know about the Van Allen radiation belts and all that. You know that humans cannot go beyond a certain. Right now, we fly at a certain orbit, right? Even a low orbit and things like that. But I believe when you go on the moon, for example, that's beyond the Van Allen radiation belt. The radiation there is a lot higher than lower Earth orbit. Excuse me, I'm sorry. My pronouncing is all global. Basically, when you orbit around the Earth, the radiation there is a lot less than the moon. The moon is really, radiation is a lot worse. So if you're going to be there long term on the moon, they have to dig underground. In other words, any moon base is going to be underground. Also because of the temperature extremes. There is quite a bit of extreme temperature on the moon. Like when on the sun, on the daylight side or the sunny side of the moon, I think I forgot the temperature is. It's like, 60 degrees or 40 degrees, whatever. But on the dark side of the moon, where they want to try to get some water, like the south pole of the moon, that's dark. It can go like -70 or some crazy temperature, like really freezing temperature. Not to mention the radiation, not to mention bombarding from meteors and things like that. So they're going to have to do an underground network of bases and all that. It's just, and by the way, Elon Musk also has a tunnel boring company. Okay, water's leaking right here. My God, that's why at this project I can hear water dripping right now. What the hell? Sorry about that. So he also owns a tunnel boring company. I forgot the name of the tunnel boring company. I don't know if it's part of SpaceX, but he has a separate tunnel boring company that he's been, and it's a big one. So that's another company that's not public. It's not only Tesla. He does have other ventures. So that tunnel boring company, that's probably going to be one of the things that he's going to have going to the moon. They're probably going to launch those type of machines in the moon because honestly, to live on the moon, they're going to have to dig underground. That's it. It's just, because of the hostile environment of the radiation. Van Allen radiation. But I read this when I was a kid about all this, the Van Allen belts. People don't know about the Van Allen belts. I know you guys know because you guys are smart. But that's what I remember reading as a kid. I remember reading about the Van Allen radiation belts. That goes beyond like the orbit, like this, the space station, and then we're talking about like 200,000 miles plus, down in radiation belts. So the moon is beyond the, is in the vicinity of that. So there's a lot of radiation that goes on. And they definitely going to have to build underground, underground base and all that. And people ask about the whole, the Apollo landings, what becomes of it. People think that it's still preserved in pristine condition. It's not. Because think about it. Over here on Earth, we already get UV damage from anything. If you put anything out there outside for a few years, just the UV damage already from the sun will, deteriorate the item. So imagine on the moon, when there is no atmosphere. Remember, we have an atmosphere here. And we still get UV light and all that. Imagine on the moon where there's no atmosphere, right? So they saying that and by the way, someday there will be an expedition that will go to the original Apollo landing, and to see what kind of condition it is. And believe me, those things are very deteriorated. Like the original U.S. flag that was planted in 1969, that thing is disintegrated. There is no U.S. flag still, waving where Armstrong set foot. That flag is disintegrated. That flag is not there no more because of obviously all the ultraviolet light that's been hitting it, especially at a bigger scale compared to, and plus 1969. That's a long time. Even if you had a flag here flapping, since 1969, it will get deteriorated even on the Earth atmosphere alone. So imagine on the moon where there is no atmosphere. So they're saying anything that's out there from the Apollo missions, everything's all disintegrated or whatever. Even I don't know about rust, but it's disintegrated down to probably nothing at this point. So think about that. So that's a type of hostile environment they're gonna be in. These astronauts for long term. Remember, the Apollo missions, they were only there for, a few here, a few minutes here, an hour there, whatever. And they went back on the capsule. They went back on the LEM and they took off and they came back to Earth. We're talking about long term now. Oh, by the way, that's another thing about that. Elon already announced. He already announced that, by the way. They are going to, and NASA already announced that too, by the way. They are going to be launching robots first. And I said that. I told my wife the other day about that. The first missions to colonize the moon is not going to be humans. They're going to send now robots. Like AI type robots. Remember, AI type robots. To set up, the infrastructure before we start putting people on the moon. So there's going to be a lot of robotic stuff going on first in terms of machinery and just setting up the whole infrastructure before. And by the way, supply. They're going to launch a lot of supply stuff over there, building materials and things like that, before humans can stay on the moon for a long term. So there's a lot of stuff. And SpaceX is in the forefront of it. So that's why I say, June 12th, if you got a little bit of money, not financial advice, I will pick up some SpaceX to own long term.
Really never been unusual.
Because I plan to.
But aren't you
My wife and I, we're planning to get some SpaceX.
The double standard. And by the way,
we're going to be monitoring that thing when the opening bell happens. And whatever price is at, we're going to try to buy it at the cheapest price that is there. Because I think that stock is going to skyrocket within a few days. And then it'll probably just keep going up and up and up and up. Although, by the way, there's another thing about Elon Musk. He did announce that particular stock, he will split the stock in a few months after that. So if you can't buy SpaceX now because it might be too expensive, I would wait for the stock split. So if you can't get it on day 1 or 2 or 3, depending on what price the stock is, he is going to split the stock. I think in a few months after that. I think he was already talking about 5-to-1 stock split on that stock. So, something to think about, people. Anyway, I'll be right back. I have to go use the boys' room. I'll be right back. Let me put it on line.
We have to start from scratch. We need to take the news services and train people how to think and to go deeper and deeper and deeper and to stop just regurgitating headlines. That is not news. And repeating what the White House, whoever the White House is, provides is not news. That's repeating and not reporting. So I want to talk about that. I also want to talk about the notion of eugenics tonight vis-a-vis abortion, which I think is incredible. And by the way, let's start off. This is interesting. A fellow named Larry on Long Island would like to weigh in. I think he has something fascinating to say, or maybe not. Larry, you're on another side of midnight.
Lionel, good morning. Did I understand you opened up this evening with you wanted people to call you with something just different, interesting. Forget the wars, forget all the... Am I right?
Not forget the wars, but just whatever you want. Something interesting, something arcane, recondite, something scintillating. Proceed, sir.
So I'm going to attempt to scintillate you. I worked for a company for 33 plus years. I walked up to and drove up to a company, and 4 peacocks were on the property of this business. And they approached me, Lionel. I'm not kidding. I am now circled by 4 large peacocks. I don't have peacock information. I think you do. You must know a lot about peacocks, but I didn't. Am I going to get chewed up? Am I going to get killed? What the heck? This true story. True, honest to God story. Oh my God, what would you have done? I got out of my car. I tried to get into the business. Am I there?
You are there, sir. I am riveted.
I was literally like 5 feet away from the entrance to this business. The location, stay with me, Jericho, Long Island. This was a very old building going back hundreds of years ago in this beautiful area called Jericho, Long Island. And everybody knows who's on Long Island. I'm not making this up. The Underground Railroad went through this territory. And there has been a battle over the years between the locals and the government. It's all financial. A lot of people want those buildings destroyed, but a lot of people, for historical reasons, want that open. So I am now standing with my tush backed against my car, just doing business for the first time, and there are now 4 or 5 peacocks. I'm not kidding.
What do you think is the significance of the peacocks? What do you think? Does it mean anything? Is this inherent, endemic to the indigenous to this area? Were these? I don't understand. What do you think this means, if anything?
Can I tell you? My first thought was, I don't see any fencing. I don't see any security. These are literally wild, huge birds. Right. Where are they coming from? And I found out when Lionel, I swear to God, I'm not kidding.
I believe you.
My tush is against my car.
I understand this. Where did they come from?
And I I talk to them because I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to hurt me? And I just
did we find out where they are from? Did we find out where they are from?
No, what I
Is there
found
some
out
story?
I swear to you, when I found out and I saw.
What did you find out?
That there was a woman, all of a sudden they showed up, and some woman has been feeding these.
Yes.
What the hell do peacocks eat? I don't think peacocks eat spaghetti and meatballs. What the hell was she? Lionel, I'm not kidding. This was fantastic. But I survived it.
Oh my God.
All right, Larry, I thank you. I thank you, Larry, and I want you to call me again. And for the life of me, see, this is fascinating. Did I miss the import of that story? Did I understand that perhaps maybe did we find out why they were there? Perhaps were they years ago raised and then they became a part of the land? It was like 4 different jokes with no punchline. Interesting, but I'm not sure where that went. And I'm going to be wondering about this all day. I'm going to be asking, what the hell was that all about? And I don't think he's going to be attacked by peacocks. I don't believe. I don't know what that meant. I have no earthly idea. That's why this is the other side of midnight. Now, coming up, we're going to be talking to somebody from St. Louis. We're going to be talking about a story which I think is also, put it this way, if you can beat that one, good for you. Also coming up, we're going to talk about such fun stuff as eugenics, and the story which I normally want to keep away from, but I will address this, is something very, very critical about abortion, which I used to think was the kiss of death for talk radio. But in this particular case, you'll find it, I think, interesting. More coming up on another side of midnight with me, Lionel.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Lionel. This is the Worldwide News Network Extra. In Central Africa, Red Cross workers are going door to door.
Oh my God, I get talking about peacocks and all that. What the hell's wrong with that guy? Oh my God. I mean, anything is possible, you know? Oh my God, it's so funny. It's funny. Oh my God. Yeah, Todd said messing with the moon really mess up the earth. And yeah, but I mean, you know, I think we have to establish some kind of base there, because if we don't do it, China's going to do it anyway, or Russia eventually. But I think China will do it first before Russia. And you know what that's going to be, right? They're going to probably stake a claim and say, okay, now we own the moon. Now the moon is part of China. You know what I mean? So we're like obligated to, like, you know what? We're going to have to colonize the moon too. You know? Because otherwise China's going to go there and they're going to say, oh yeah, we're going to colonize the moon and we're going to extract oil and all that stuff from it. I don't know what the hell. I don't know if they oil. I don't know about oil because that's fossil fuel and there is no. Oh, we don't know if there's fossils there or not. I don't think there is, but we don't know that, you know. I mean, at least minerals. So that's why we have to go there. We're going to have to colonize and say, yeah, we have this. And then we can make an agreement. Yeah, you know. I'm just saying, like the whole UFO thing that we're just talking about on Dr. Sky. You know, I remember what I said about extraterrestrial, whatever, aliens or whatever. They probably look at us and say, they're probably way more advanced than us. They're probably way more advanced than us, and they probably see us as, okay, look at these people. They keep going to war with each other, and they have enough nuclear weapons to blow their own planet up. Why would we want to encountered them. See, that's my theory. I think they're out there. I think they just don't care. I think they look at us like, okay, honestly, I'm gonna say, they probably look at us. They probably look at this Earth like, okay, they're just a bunch of parasites that are always going to war with each other, and they're gonna eliminate themselves anyway because they're stupid. Because remember what I just said earlier on Iran? There's a lot of stupid people on this planet. So an alien civilization out there that's very advanced, they're gonna look at us like, okay, they're just stupid fucking parasites. You know, like the Matrix. Remember how the Matrix? Remember they saw us as a virus? So it's the same thing. They probably see us as like some kind of virus, and they don't want to get infected. So they just fly by with their alien ships, and they say, yeah, we don't want no contact with these people. We don't really want to bring these people into our advanced civilization. And then, by the way, they bring us to our, if we invite them to our advanced civilization, they're going to use that for evil. And they're going to want to colonize us. Because you know what? It's going to go back to history. They're going to say, they're going to look at the Earth history. They're going to say, yeah, Europeans colonized, the New World. And they made slaves out of the indigenous people. And they brought slaves from Africa. So how can we trust this race of people to invite them on our civilization that's more advanced, and we could teach them our advanced, and they'll use it against us? You know what I mean? But that's why I say, I think whatever civilizations are out there right now, they're way more advanced than us, and they probably look down on us and they say, leave them alone. They're going to blow their shit up anyway. Or in about 1 billion years, the sun is going to expand into a red giant, and they're going to get obliterated anyway. Yeah, in 1 billion years, I think it's 1 billion years, the sun is going to turn into a red giant, and we're all going to get vaporized anyway. So why even bother with this Earth people? They're going to get obliterated in 1 billion years anyway. So let them figure themselves out. They can get the hell out of there. Because in 1 billion years, we're all going to be freaking crisp. Burnt to a crisp. 1 billion years. Because it's about 1 billion years I think we're like 1 billion years away from the sun becoming a red giant. And then it's going to shrink down into when it goes into a red giant, we're going to get cooked like burgers. Mercury will be obliterated. Mercury will be consumed by the sun. Venus will be consumed. Earth will probably get obliterated. Well, we'll probably get consumed too. And then Mars, they'll probably get cooked too. And then Jupiter will probably be like the closest planet to the sun. It'll be Jupiter. Probably Jupiter will be the closest planet to the sun in 1 billion years. And it'll be a red giant. So it won't be much of a sun. It'll just be a red, bloated sphere. So it will be unrecognizable compared to what it is now. So even maybe Jupiter might be gone. It might be Saturn that may be closer to the sun. So, when an alien sees us and says, we don't want to bother with them, they're going to kill themselves. Either they're going to blow themselves up with nuclear weapons, or they're going to get evaporated by the sun anyway in about 1 billion years. So leave them alone. They just fly by them, and they can take pictures of, our spaceship and put it on Omni magazine. Because I remember Omni magazine when I was a kid. I will look at these pictures. I'm like, wow. Oh my God, look at these spaceships. Remember Omni magazine? They had all those photos of UFOs and all that. That's what I would look at. I was like, man, wow. And, people say that some of them were hoax. but some of them were like really cool photos. So they probably look at us like, okay, we're like really stupid, primitive people. And we have a bunch of nuclear weapons and we're just gonna blow each other up anyway. So why are they gonna fucking care about us? I really believe that. I really believe that. They already know, they already observed us and they say these people are just, I hate to say it, there's a lot of stupid people out here. You know? You know? I mean, think about it. I mean, look at the history. If you look at history in general, right? Nothing. Let me see. From the beginning of man, quote unquote, which is what, maybe 1,000,000 years ago, till 150 years ago. It was all like horse and buggy type shit. And all suddenly, after 1900, oh my God, we had the automobile, mechanical type engine, diesel engine. And then we started flying. We didn't fly for the first 1,000,000 years, in terms of, flying aircraft. But all of a sudden in the last 150, 60 years, whatever it is now, we started flying, and now we have, jet engines and all that. And now we have rockets going. So what happened in the last 175 years or 150 years, whatever it is? So something must have happened in there that exponentially the technology went from horse and buggy to, oh my God, we have, planes flying in the air, supersonic, aircraft. You see what I'm saying? So something must have happened. And they probably said these people cannot be that stupid that it took them 1,000,000 years to learn how to fly. From the first man that was in this planet to, the Wright brothers. You see what I'm saying? So it was like 1,000,000 years. It took them 1,000,000 years to figure out how to get off the ground. So that's why they probably look down on us and they say, oh, these guys are fucking stupid. Good luck to them. Probably take them another 1,000,000 years to even figure out, distant space travel. But remember, as you can see now, we're barely going back to the moon since 1960, since the 70s. We just did that Artemis mission, which is a big deal. But that took what, 50 fucking years? Almost. To go back to the moon, just to even orbit around the moon. Was it like 50 plus years? So they probably looked down on us and they said, yeah, these guys are fucking stupid. And there you go. That's my theory. That's my theory.
Morality by
They want to
how you...
Wait. They want to make a point?
Yeah, like they're saying that you did it because you're motivated because you hated somebody.
Well, yes.
Men hate women, and they don't go around killing them. They may treat them badly, but I don't know. I don't know.
If somebody were to, let me ask you a question. If somebody were to deface, let's say, a synagogue with swastikas and was obviously targeting, let's say, a synagogue or maybe a mosque or a Catholic church and targeted them by virtue of the facts of who they were, namely they were a church, and they wanted to make the point not just to commit criminal mischief or vandalism, but in the case of, let's say, of a synagogue, to instill fear, to say that I am targeting you, not just because I feel like defacing a building, but I want you to feel worried and scared. I want to in essence, really incite almost a kind of a mini terrorism.
I don't know. Let me know what your opinion is about my rant.
is
But I
different than
really
me
believe
just
that. I really believe they
on a
just.
building go Knicks.
I really believe
You
they
don't
look down
think that
upon
those
us.
two are different, even though they're both
Alien technology.
technically
They probably say we're.
vandalism?
Yeah. Okay.
How many
What
stupid
about the
people in this
guys that
country-
spit
this
and
planet?
scream and hit ICE agents? Is that a crime, a hate crime against ICE agents? And they're trying to prove a point. We don't want you here. We don't like you. We want to abolish you. Yeah, I guess so. That's a hate crime against them, right?
So what you would like to do is just abolish hate crimes?
I don't know, but a vandalism in and of itself is a crime, right? My motivation or where I attack it is it's bad.
What would you like to be done? I'm asking you again, perhaps wasting my time, but
there was no such thing years ago. Why did they have to say it now, recently?
I'm going to ask you for the 10th time now.
Okay.
What would you like to be done?
Just arrest
keep
the
talking
bastards
about it.
and throw them in jail.
What do we do
You know?
with a hate crime?
Is hate contagious? If I do something wrong, that's going to make other people hate it?
How, you see, you're just, thank you for your call. I appreciate this. How do I impress to a judge, to society, that the victim impact, for example, I may commit a battery. I can go up to, let's say, Bill Lee, who is a strapping young man, and I can push him, and nothing happens. I can use that same amount of force against a 90-year-old woman who's frail, and I can break an arm. Now, granted, both actions are completely identical, but one results in a far greater result. If I target elderly people because of their frailty, if I do something in order to not just commit a crime, but to send a message, do you think that should be considered differently? If I were to burn a cross on the front lawn of a black family, maybe the only black family in the neighborhood, do you think that should be considered run-of-the-mill arson? The answer is no, of course not. What's the best way to handle that? You see it in our last caller. What's interesting is that he never answered my question. The premise of his call was to say hate crimes are stupid. But when asked, well, what would you like to do? What would you replace it with? Never got to that point. Very interesting. Kevin on Long Island. You're on another side of midnight with Lionel.
Oh, Lionel, I consider myself a very intelligent person. I love your intelligence, and I love just your whole radio show. This is a little bit of the lunatic fringe starting off. You ask a guy a question, this is supposed to be a give and take. So obviously, a hate crime, if you want the bastards in jail, you would obviously give them a higher charge of something that is a degree, just like anything in murder. Is there a premeditation? If you hit an elderly Jewish person, yes, it's a hate crime and you start saying things like you're gay or you're.
Now, let me ask you something.
Zionist, right? Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure, please. And you don't have to ask me a question.
If you stood in the corner and you yelled, "I hate Jews, I hate Catholics, I hate whatever it is, Alsatians," is that against the law?
Actually, you bring up a very good point, because I did want to follow up with your idea of, well, there's freedom of speech. There was the KKK in Skokie, and there was a lot of things, which kind of contradicts a little bit of the woman that was on about all of this, trafficking of children. It's horrible, but at what point is freedom of speech going into a dangerous, where is the line that you draw? It's very...
Wait a minute. Hang on a second. Okay. First of all, that woman that happens to be my wife, that's Lynn Shaw from lynn'swarriors.org. That's number one.
Okay.
I don't know where the trafficking argument goes into it. Here's the problem that I have, and this is the most interesting thing. I have a very simple way of handling this. Rather than charge somebody with a hate crime, I would spend all of my effort, all of my time to
all right,
deal with the issue.
I'm going to answer a question that I was asked earlier during the barbecue live stream. Someone asks if, for example, a two-term president can run to be vice president. So I looked it up. I looked it up before this live stream. I looked it up. And it is part of the 22nd Amendment, which is no president can be elected. Here's a key term, elected more than 2 terms. So, for example, Trump, technically he could run for a 3rd term, but not for president. So, for example, in 2028, he can be vice president ticket. For example, if J.D. Vance is going to run for president or Marco Rubio, whatever, he can be vice president. Because the 22nd Amendment does not stop him from doing that. It only prevents him from being elected president for 2 terms. So he can be vice president. Say 2028, he could be vice president. And then, for example, if Rubio or J.D. Vance, if they cannot complete their 4-year term or something would have happened, I don't know, whatever, or they just resign or whatever, then technically the vice president will become president. But that's not elected. That's just, remember, like I said, the Constitution says, because the 22nd Amendment, nope, especially after FDR. That's why they passed this amendment, because of FDR, because he had 4 terms. So now it's down to 2 terms. Elected. That's the key word, elected for president. But it doesn't stop you from becoming vice president. Okay, so think about that. So say if you were to, whoever runs for president in 2028, he could be vice president in the ticket. The ticket, he could be, I'll be vice president. Realistic, is he going to do that? No, he's not going to do that. I don't see him doing that. He just won't do that. But that goes for any president that's been a 2-term president. Like Obama was 2 terms. Reagan was 2 terms. George W. Bush was 2 terms. So technically, they could have ran on the ticket of vice president. So technically they can. It's a gray area, but technically they can. So I wanted to answer that question that somebody posted earlier on my previous live stream. And yeah, so technically, if in 2028, if Trump decides, well, now he decides, because the other candidate has to decide who's going to be vice president. If, say, Rubio runs for president in 2028, he can say, yeah, I want Trump to be my vice president. And nothing can stop him. You see what I'm saying? So it is possible. Is it going to happen? I don't think it's going to happen. I seriously doubt. I think after this term, Trump is done. First of all, because of his age. And I believe that, I believe, I don't think he's going to run it. And I don't, and by the way, even if they try to pass an amendment to make you maybe run a 3rd term, that's not going to happen anyway, because they don't have enough on the Senate to pass an amendment like that. Because you need to pass a new amendment, so that's not going to happen. So the only loophole is he will have to be vice president, and then whoever's president would have to resign, and then he'll become the de facto president again. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know who would want to do that. That's just crazy. But yeah, by the way, I hope he does run too, Todd. I'm not a fan of J.D. Vance. I think he's a snake, to To be honest, he was not he was a never Trump before that, and I was shocked on the decision that he tapped him as vice president. I don't trust J.D. Vance. I don't trust him for the world. I like what Rubio has done. Rubio has had several roles. He really has stepped up. So I do like Marco Rubio. I really like Marco Rubio. And by the way, he will be the first Hispanic to well, I don't know. I don't know when he was born. I think he would qualify as Hispanic for president. So that will be a first for that. But yeah, I really like Marco Rubio. He's a very smart guy. Well, he's well-rounded. He's very articulate. And he says it like it is. That's another thing I like about him. JD, like I said, I don't trust JD. Right now there is some stuff going on with JD. Some people are saying that he has an affair with Erica Kirk. You know Erica Kirk, the widow of, the widow, the whole TP USA thing. I believe she's a money grabbing, opportunistic, whatever. I think JD Vance is probably, from what they say, he's probably banging her. Let's just put it like that. And of course, Usha, his wife, is pregnant. I think she's about to give birth. But yeah, JD Vance, I don't like him. I don't trust him. He's not yeah. So yeah, Marco Rubio. I hope he does run. I think he will run, and I think he will win. I think if he runs, he will win. He will win. JD Vance, if he runs, I don't think he can win. So the best chance is Marco Rubio. And that's what I believe. And there you go.
Unbelievable. I wanted. I'm sorry. I wanted
just because they wanted us around. They didn't want us around.
Yes.
They were protecting his house.
Well, I want to thank you for that. I find that to be absolutely fascinating. Now, coming up, there's some other stories which I think did not make their way. And by the way, this first segment has been, again, fascinating by virtue of how the news and the stories sometimes are rather labyrinthine, how they can move into various areas that one can never anticipate initially. But coming up, I want to talk about something which I think is very frightening, not necessarily dour or dour, depending upon where you're from, but some other issues which I think are critical for you to know as we enjoy another side of midnight with me, Lionel.
Jesus, God. All night long, this is another side of midnight with Lionel. June is Black Music Month. Today, we shine the spotlight on
Stevie Wonder is proof that genius has no limits. Blind since infancy, this child prodigy signed with Motown at age 11 and grew into one of the greatest musicians in modern history. Singer, songwriter, producer, multi-instrumentalist, Stevie could do it all. During the 1970s, albums like Songs in the Key of Life and Inner Visions transformed popular music with breathtaking creativity and social consciousness.
Okay, I need to lower that because the background music is going to get me copyrighted. There you go. It never fails with the YouTube police. 2 hours and 48 minutes in the books. YouTube is going to find one little jingle clip and they're going to hit me with a copyright notice. Watch. It never fails with YouTube. It could be a 5-second jingle. And I'll get hit with a copy. And by the way, it's not going to be a regular copyright notice. It'll be you're banned in every country. And then I have to go dispute it. And what I normally do is I just tell them to mute the song or remove the song. That's what I have to do. And that takes another day. So, in YouTube land, that's what they do. They'll nickel and dime me to death. I have every live stream I have done in this basement with this radio or any radio here, copyright notice, 100%, every live stream. This is what I go through. So I have to tell YouTube, okay, can you clip this portion or mute it? And then as the video gets monetized again. They just cannot let me have any video without hitting me with a copyright notice.
This is another side of midnight with Lionel. Now to the Bernard McGurk Studios. Here's Lionel.
Ah, yes. One of the greats. One of the aspects about, and by the way, I did not know we'd be playing the Hitchcock piece.
Hitchcock.
But one of the things which I found so interesting about him and the great film directors of the time, they didn't necessarily show you what it was they were worried or fearing or what you should fear. They kind of let your mind imagine this. Remember when Psycho came? When people looked at the movie Psycho, what was it about Psycho that was so fascinating? What was it that was so horrific? We didn't really see anything. They asked Hitchcock, what is it specifically is so frightening about Psycho? He says, I had the chance, and he described that there were torsos you could build that would have blood that could be pumped, and it could be specifically gory, even though it was black and white. He says, I saw no need for that. What he wanted you to do was he wanted you to create the notion of the monster. You would do a much better job than anything he did. And that's a lesson to be learned. Because what's interesting is to find out what is it that people find, what scares you. And when it comes to film in particular, it's a great subject. Because there was a time when I think we had better scary movies that were a little bit more kind of indirect. Today, people figure, if you want something scary, I'll give you blood and gore and disfigurement and
that's like actually I remember when I first saw the scene about the famous shower scene where she gets stabbed. That's a famous scene in Psycho, right? Of course, a few years ago, the Jodi Arias trial, right? She killed the boyfriend, right? What she did, she stabbed the guy in the shower. It was the opposite, it was instead of the female getting stabbed, she stabbed him in the shower. And of course, they show the pictures of it. If you ever seen the pictures of it, it's pretty bad. Especially the ones that I guess the camera inadvertently took of him when he was stabbed, and you can see the look on his face that he was, he was scared. Of course, he knew he was gonna die, and it's pretty freaking creepy, yo. But, when you look at this woman, it's like, that's a psycho. I don't need to laugh about it, but yeah, she's a psycho. They stabbed this guy up in the shower after they just finished having, sex. Like, she really fucking butchered the guy. I hate to say it, but yeah, that's like the worst fucking thing, I think that's one of the worst ways to go. You're in the shower and somebody just fucking stabs you up and they're vulnerable. You're in the shower. You're fucking naked. And she just yang, stabbing the fucking guy. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. So I just thought about that fucking trial, that woman is she's a nut job, And today, of course, she's never getting out. She got life without possibility of parole, I think. She didn't get the death penalty. She got life without parole. But from what they say now, she's like crazy chummy. She flirts with the prison guards and all that. Like, she's a fucking psycho. That woman is a psycho. And if you were to walk down the street and see her, I'm not gonna lie to you, she's a very cute woman. She's cute. I can see why people would have been like, man, but she killed the guy because he moved on with his life. That's why she killed him. He finally, had enough of her and moved on. And this is the type of shit that happens. People get obsessed with somebody and to the point where, well, if I can't have you, no one is going to have you. So you got to go. That's fucking scary, So that case is, and that's what happened. She stabbed him in the shower. They finished having sex and he was taking a shower and she fucking stabbed the guy to death. Fucking creepy, yo. I just thought about that shit. Oh my God. And to this day, she's just fucking, because I watch all these crime things, when they were interviewing her, the police interview, while they were away, they had the camera still going. And she's doing handstands and all this shit. Like, this bitch is getting fucking, interview on murder. And she just nonchalantly fucking doing handstands. Like, that's a crazy fucking bitch. I hate to say it, but that's the truth. That bitch is crazy. And that's the type of shit you got to watch out for. It's just fucking scary.
For the most part, historically, kind of stayed away from the issue of abortion. And this is not an abortion issue per se. What this is something that we must deal with in addition to AI and transhumanism, and that is the idea of eugenics. To be able to use science to craft a particular type of person population. There's positive eugenics where we try to go out of our way to increase a particular trait, to increase, let's say, intelligence, to increase athleticism. But then there's the other side of negative eugenics, where we're talking about eliminating from the population those individuals who who have traits or conditions that we find either problematic, dangerous, or worthy of elimination. Now, I'm going to also throw something in, which you're not supposed to do, but I'm going to do it as well. I don't normally bring in the notion of religion, but I want you to understand something. If you think that reading stories today, whether they're about AI or whether they're about whatever, is nothing more than just reading the cold, hard facts about science or data and not understanding morality, religion, life, the sanctity of life. And when we pull the plug, when does randomness come into play where we say, you know what, we never called for this, so we're going to eliminate this fetus. More importantly, as we're able to determine specifically particular traits, what if you have individuals, let's say a Mexican family who realizes that genetically, statistically, it's better if their child be 6 foot tall and have blonde hair and look Norwegian when nobody in their family looks like that. Remember in the 70s, the chiffon margarine commercials. It's not nice to fool Mother Nature. When do we fool it?
Mm-hmm.
And if you think this is kind of some futuristic issue, oh, no. It's happening right now.
Yeah, it's fact, yeah.
Let's talk 800-848-9222.
Yeah.
Lionel with you.
Yeah, yo, he's touching on some shit there that I was going to say. Oh, my God. He's right about that. He's already here. He's already here. Let me break it down for that one. The whole Human Genome Project, right? Right? We have the Human Genome Project. Of course, we have cloning. By the way, there was a fictional movie that came out in the 70s. Was it the 70s? The Boys from Brazil. Remember that movie? I don't know if you ever saw that movie, people. Boys from Brazil. Now think about it for a minute. You can talk about it. That was about cloning. About cloning. This is in the 70s. What was the movie about? It was about supposedly Dr. Joseph Mengele escaped. You know, he escaped from World War II. You know, he was the angel of death in, Nazi Germany, in concentration camps. We know the whole story about Joseph Mengele, right? We know the whole story about that. We know about Joseph Mengele. So, of course, this movie took it up to the next level. He actually had some DNA from Adolf Hitler. He scraped some DNA off of Adolf Hitler and implanted it, in vitro, whatever, to a bunch of people around the world, a bunch of women, and they all gave birth to a clone of Hitler. I don't know if you ever seen that movie. It's been around. If you go look it up, The Boys from Brazil. So of course, this other guy, he's like a Nazi hunter guy, old man. He starts, going through, finding out. He's trying to hunt down Mengele, Joseph Mengele. So of course, there's a whole bunch of kids that look like Adolf when he was young. And they all have the similar traits. They all had the similar traits that, they didn't like school when they were young. They thought they were too smart for school. There was a whole bunch of traits about, that, Well, we all know the history of that. Well, I know the history of it. I don't know about some of you, but I read about it and I know, how he was when he was a kid and all that. So, anyway, what happens is this guy, like I said, he implanted, I think the number was like 12 or 20. I think it was 12. I don't remember. I think it was 12 or 13. Women around the world to have, Hitler's baby, basically. That's what it is. Hitler's baby, a clone, a carbon copy of Adolf Hitler. So you don't think that's possible now? This is in the 70s, by the way. You don't think that's possible now that they can tell? You don't think it's possible now that they can go to the human genome and say, we want to shut off the reproductive gene on this race? Think about it. You don't think it's possible that can happen? That one day, or hopefully that doesn't happen, but one day or it can, or maybe it's already there. The technology is already there. That some doctor, some crazy, eugenic, whatever, can say, oh, you know what? We want to shut off the gene to reproduce, a race. I'm not going to say which race, but you know what I'm talking about. You get the idea. They could say, oh, yeah, this particular bunch of people, we don't like them. We don't like what they do. We're going to go ahead and start shutting off the reproductive gene on that race. And therefore, they could commit genocide without even killing anybody. Just by shutting off that one gene out of the gene, out of the chain, out of the DNA, what they call the helix, whatever, the whole structure. They can just take that one gene that says, like an on and off switch. Can they reproduce? No. And that's it. You can eliminate a race. In other words, put them on extinction. You don't think that's possible? No, I believe that's possible right now. I believe the technology is already out there that is possible. And it's scary. But yeah, I believe the technology is already out there. Remember what he just said? Don't fuck around with Mother Nature. He didn't say that. The commercial. I remember the margarine commercial. Don't mess with Mother Nature. Don't fool with Mother Nature. It's already here. That genie already came out the bottle. Let's be honest about that. That genie already came out the bottle years ago. So I believe that technology is here already. That you can switch off that reproductive gene and say, you know what? If we want to one day, we're going to say, you know what? This particular race of people, you're not going to reproduce no more. You're done. We just turn off the switch on that genome sequence. And that's it. You will not be able to reproduce that gene. And if you try to reproduce it, that fetus, that person's going to have a miscarriage. That person, that fetus will never be, become, will never be born, because that genome switch will be off. So even if you get as far as conception, it will never go beyond that. And I think that I really believe that's already out there. You can call me crazy, people, but I really believe, because eugenics has already been around for a long time. I believe that especially with AI now, that can really ratchet it up. And quantum computing is right around the corner. Well, it's already here, quantum computing. I believe that the human genome is already, there's already scenarios in the books that if they want to shut off a particular race, they can shut it off. And there's nothing you can do about it. I really believe that. I know that sounds crazy, fucking bizarro out there. Boo! Right over the fucking... But I believe that it's already here. Because once you can clone, you could also switch on and off anything. And there you go. Tell me what you think about that.
What is this? Of course, God would know this, but God's playing along with me. I would say, well, God, this is the Alzheimer's suite. Really, what is that? Well, we've noticed, God, that that the numbers of elderly people with Alzheimer's is growing precipitously. And God says, how old are some of these old people? Well, some are 90. And God would say, oh, what if God said, I never intended people to be 90. Of course they have Alzheimer's because they're too old. What are you talking about? I never wanted this. What? No. Nature doesn't, we don't have old animals. I mean, we have the occasional older dog or something, but that's not the way, but God, we're different. And then we go to a maternity ward. And I say to God, look at this. Look at these women, God. This woman's 40 years old, some are older, giving birth through IVF and other particular means. And God would say, wait a minute, 40? 40? No. I never intended that. Women should have children when they're the onset of their period or during menarche. This is what I intended. And we would say, oh, no, you can't do that. Some of these kids are sometimes developing much quicker now because of a variety of other aspects like, antibiotics and recombinant, steroids and different things. And God said, excuse me, do you want to have a perpetuation of the species or do you want to have mature parenting? What do you want? So what I'm trying to say is when nature gets in the way of our morality or what we think is okay, how does that work? Recently, there was a case not too long ago where there was a physician, and he was talking about genetic counseling and genetic engineering and the like, CRISPR technology. And the statement was made that in a couple of years or in a generation, we will not see Down syndrome anymore. And there was a parent who was in the group, group, who took great umbrage at that. They said, how dare you? Our child has Down syndrome and we love him. And the doctor says, I never said you didn't. I'm not talking about euthanizing them now. I'm talking about eliminating trisomy 21. And she took it as an insult, as opposed to recognizing that no, in as much as we love the individual who might possess this, society, I think, would benefit by not having more of this. They didn't understand it. There was a while back when people with Asperger's, when they changed the DSM-5 to spectrum disorder, and they took Asperger's away, they were...
Yeah, like I just said, eliminate the gene. Turn it off. If that genome, if, for example, they say, oh, this genome here is going to create a person with Down syndrome, turn off the switch. No more Down syndrome. So that means that they, that's how you eliminate it. I'm telling you, yo, this shit is real, yo. Fuck. And so they could do that for stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, they're already, by the way, the technology is already there, that they're already doing that for diseases. They're already doing that for diseases, right? So what makes you think they won't take it a step up and start doing a race? We don't like this particular set of people because they're always involved in this activity, whatever. And let's just say, you know what? No more reproducing. No more. These people should not reproduce. And they can just flip off the gene and say, okay, off. On, off, turn it off. That's it. No more. And just like that, you could wipe out a whole, in about, 10, 20 years, there will be no more of that particular species. I think the technology is already out there and scary as fuck, but it's already out there.
Serious question. If a child is aborted because of a genetic diagnosis, how is that different from selecting against undesirable traits? And does prenatal screening become a tool for eliminating certain populations before birth? And, not done yet, are we moving from treating disease to preventing the existence of people with particular conditions? Why do we never talk about the morality of science? What happens when testing expands beyond Down syndrome to autism or dwarfism or deafness or other traits? And then we have to think about this. Disability rights and human dignity. Many disability advocates argue that selective abortion, which is what we're talking about right now, based on a diagnosis, sends a message that some lives or less valuable. You see, we had a caller before who said, we should go up and go in there and just blow up Iran. Just blow it up. Just do it. Blow them up. Do what General Keane said. Well, that means killing people. Yeah, well, look how we do this. They're not, sometimes we don't even talk about killing people. We talk about collateral damage. And what I'm trying to tell you is, do you ever fear that with all this great talk about technology and the like, that we never think about where we're going with this? I mean, do we really talk about that? There was a case a while back, and I bring up abortion. I know I don't do this, but I'm going to tell you. There is a reason why Roe against Wade, or Roe v. Wade, as you say, is unconstitutional. I'm not going to go to it. It's rather dry, but Nino Scalia would agree with me 100%. Because there's no such thing as substantive due process. It doesn't make any sense, but that's too legally wonky. What happened was people went berserk because they said that this outlawed abortion, and it didn't. It didn't at all. It just says it's up to the states. But I can't believe how people fought for this. I remember reading or seeing on TV actresses claiming that they had X amount of abortions. They had T-shirts lauding this. And now we have men, which is ridiculous, claiming they can have children and they can menstruate, and it's nuts. But back to the reality of this. When do we ever talk about morality? When do we do this? And I mentioned this before. If we have somebody from another star system, planet, wherever it's from, and we have this person here, the Vatican has already answered this question. What if they are born? What if the church, what if Pope Leo considers them to be born without original sin, because they are theoretically not of Adam, one could argue? That means they don't need redemption. They don't need to be born again. Do you see where this is going? Do you see what this will do? It's a fascinating topic which we never discuss. Let's go to Liz in, I think, Alaska. Liz, you're on another side of midnight with Lionel.
Hi, Lionel. I appreciate this very much. I personally had a pregnancy in the mid-'80s, and they kept talking about you have choices, prenatal diagnosis of a birth defect. They kept talking about choices, and I'd say, you mean abortion? Well, I refused, delivered at a different location. The child is now 40, has 3 kids, brilliant, and been all over the world.
I heard recently, and I don't know where, there was a woman who was given the chance to abort. Turns out it wasn't trisomy 21. It wasn't Down. It was just a mistake. It was a mistake. And she would have aborted this child. Now, listen, I don't want to get into the argument of that. That's not the purpose of this. Because abortion, and it's whether it's right or wrong, whether it should be legal or illegal, that's for other people to decide. What I'm talking about is that when we talk about these great scientific sci-fi, Art Bell kind of questions, there's never the morality that comes behind it. Let me ask you this, Liz. What happens if I am able to say, listen, we're going to do an IVF thing on you, and I've segregated some good-looking embryos I think you're going to like. We're going to discard the rest. Well, that's an abortion.
All right.
I'm discarding
I just put the power cord in, so I don't
that's
run
abortion.
out of
Because
battery.
I think most people would argue, maybe, perhaps, that that conception is the beginning of life. It's not a duck. So,
and it's eugenics, too.
Well, it is eugenics. And also an IUD, theoretically, is an abortion because it... Okay, but the point is, now, what if I can say, now, listen, Liz, you come from, I'm just assuming, you come from a Mediterranean family, and nobody in your family has ever broken 5'8". How would you like to have the first 6'2" member of your family? I can fix this. What if I start to change the way your family looks from now on, and nobody has any trait of Grandpa Luigi or anything. What if the certain randomness, the collective, what do you want to call it? The kind of the hit or miss beauty of nature, the heterogeneity. What if I eliminate that? Has anybody ever talked about that? And who decides what is and isn't, what am I trying to say, moral? And does morality even come into play here? I mean, these are the questions which, we never talk about it when it comes to COVID, when it came to the idea of there being, vaccines. We always look at science and we look at these things, and especially AI, which is going to be the most incredible. I think we need to have some form of, not necessarily mandated by government, but a group of people who talk about the ethics, the responsibility, the ethical, let's say, fallout, something kind of like a Manhattan Project, so to speak, for the ethics of this. Because as we do more and more of this, we're going to be seeing things change drastically. And for example, do you think there's any kind of a moral consideration when we talk about spraying the entire atmosphere with chemicals? Do you think we should maybe consider people who don't have a say in that? Do you think morally we should put this up to a vote? We should at least inform people. By the way, Liz, I thank you for calling. But
thank you so much.
Thank you. But I mean this. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This is not a religious show. That's not what I'm saying. But if you think that we're going to be talking about all this great development, up to and including, by the way, I still want to ask you a question. If we catch one of these critters, one of these ET types, can we confine them, jail them, incarcerate them as we what? Experiment on them? By what jurisdiction do we have that? More consideration, more thoughts, more comments on Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
He brings up a good point about the ET. That's another thing. When aliens, fly by and see us, they say, why would I want to land on Earth where they're going to take me? They're probably going to try to take me by force, do a whole bunch of experiments on me, because I'm from, another galaxy or another planet, whatever. Why would I want to, encounter a human when the first thing they're going to do is put me in chains and experiment on me and maybe put me in a museum one day, like stuff me and put me in a museum? Why would I want to go through all that? Because they're not friendly people. They're going to overreact, and they're going to put me in some kind of bondage, like, imprison me and do experiments on me and who knows what else. And they're not going to be pleasant experiments, I'm sure. So any alien out there is going to say, why would I even want to interact with these people in this planet, this primitive planet? It's just, think about that. Think about all that. Remember, they did that with people from the New World, right? Remember that. Europeans came to the New World and they saw all these indigenous people. They didn't see them as the equal. They saw them as subhuman. And what they did, they put them in chains and made them to do forced labor, like the Spaniards, right? Remember the Spaniards? Remember they did that with the Mayans. They put them in chains. And we want you to extract gold and things like that. So you think an alien from another world, another galaxy, when they see the whole history of humanity, You think they're gonna trust them? I mean, think about that. I mean, really think about that. I mean, if you're an alien from another galaxy and you're flying by Earth, will you land and want to be greeted by humans? No, you're gonna say no. Stay away from these people because they treat each other like shit and they kill each other like nobody's business. Why would I want to be? I'm gonna stand out like a sore thumb. They're gonna probably put me in some all type of experiments, which they're not gonna be pleasant. And no, I don't want to deal with that. And that's what I think that's what I think is happening. So yeah, you're never gonna see that. You're never gonna see unless that alien civilization is gonna come to conquer us. That's the only way they're gonna come here. They're only gonna come here to conquer us. They're not gonna come here to be our equal. That's not gonna happen because they already see our body of work. They say, no. These fucking humans are crazy. They kill each other. They enslaved each other. Whatever. No, fuck no. I don't trust these people. There's no way I'm going to land my fucking spaceship down there and think we're going to be greeted with open arms. That ain't going to fucking happen. Believe me. That's what I think.
Prenatal screening, assisted suicide technology.
What's your opinion?
Another one. I haven't even gotten to that one yet. Life extension technologies, artificial wombs, human cloning, brain-computer interfaces. What if I'm able to connect you and a loved one up to some base, some database, which don't worry about lost memories? We have basically, we're going to take a copy of your memory during the time of your life, and then later on when you get older and forget things, we'll kind of give you a little jump start and we'll fill in the blanks. Here is the problem. When I was a psych major and I took the class called Memory, I never forgot how I would always look at and always like to read the table of contents. The table of contents kind of tells me where I'm going. Well, the table of contents on memory, half of the book was on forgetting, because forgetting was not something that was a mistake. It was something that was critical. Let's go to, let me see, who has been, let's go to Robert in New Jersey. Robert, you're on Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
My question is, has someone found a way to weaponize meteors? One made a loud noise off the coast of Massachusetts recently.
Meteors?
Yes. Has somebody found a way to weaponize meteors so that they can hit specific targets?
You know, it's a good question. I put it this way. I don't know if they're able to weaponize or to direct the course of them, but I think they could probably also mimic what appears to be. You know what? That's a great question, Robert. I thank you for your call. I don't know. Sally in Rockland County. Sally, you're on Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel. You have so many good topics today, but the one that's really touched me is the medical ethics issue and morality in science. I think that there are a lot of
They got to talk about weaponizing meteors. Just look at Starship Troopers. If you never saw that movie, you got to watch that movie. That's weaponizing meteors right there. There's a fictional planet called Clandactu, and it's a bug, a whole bunch of giant, humongous bugs that from that planet. So of course they launched a meteor that hit Buenos Aires, Argentina, and obliterated the city. They attacked us by launching a meteor that hit So yeah, can you weaponize a meteor? Yeah, another alien technology, another alien, you know, another alien species can probably weaponize a meteor and obliterate us. Yeah, I think that's possible. I don't know if we can do it, but I think it's out there. And that's another thing. That may happen one day. They may say, you know what? This fucking planet, we're sick of these fucking insignificant whatever. Let's just launch a meteorite at them and blow the, you know. Yeah. So like Star Trek Troopers. So there you go. Key Mars Mob Asser 476. Right, you like Rubio. No, I like Rubio. I think he's very I really like Marco Rubio. He's really stepped up big time. I don't trust JD Vance for a minute. I don't trust him. I really don't trust him. I think Rubio has really done quite a bit. He's filled a few roles. I think he might even be the next president of Cuba. Interim president of Cuba, if that would have happened, if Trump were to invade Cuba or whatever, I don't know. I think this shit is crazy right now. What's going on? Oh my God, it's fucking nuts. But yeah, all this shit. First of all, when it started with Maduro, I was shocked on that one. And then, of course, he's bombing the shit out of Iran, which is funny as hell. But yeah, I think Cuba is next, and I think Rubio might be interim governor of Cuba at this point. Oh my God. The man has so many titles already. I think he's like an advisor for Venezuela right now. He has all these freaking titles. It's funny as hell. But yeah, I like Rubio. I really like him.
But for other ancillary matters. But either way, we need, you and me, Sally, we need to have some kind of a committee where we get everybody from various religions, but also bioethicists, doctors, lawyers, people, regular folks, and to sit around and talk about this. Because what we do in our society is we come up with the technology first, and then we say, oh yeah, the ethics. Sally, I thank you for your call. And we haven't even gotten into the area yet about assisted suicide. Oh my God. You know, my wife and I had a friend of ours, we found out after the fact, she went to either was it Switzerland or Sweden to have this acceleration of death done. And it was, I think I can only think it was precipitous because she had a lot of mental health issues, which one could argue wanting to take your own life is a mental illness. I don't necessarily think so, but even that's a difficult thing to say. But think about this, though. Assisted suicide technology, life extension, artificial wombs, human cloning, brain-computer interfaces, AI replacing human workers. If we get AI, autonomous weapons, AI surveillance systems, AI-generated deep fakes. This is just the AI. Who's talking about this? AI companions replacing relationships, AI decision-making in healthcare, predictive policing algorithms, AI determining credit or employment. Let me
it's
just
already
stop
here,
right there.
bro.
When Minority Report came out, that movie with Tom Cruise, it showed me a dystopian horror stories of what happens if we start to say, you know what, Mr. Jones, Mr. Lee, based upon your propensity for violence, based upon your eating and drinking and your proclivity for intoxicants, and your family record, and your criminal record, we believe there's a high likelihood that you might be involved in some type of inhospitable behavior. So we're going to anticipatorily incarcerate you. In law, there's a concept called anticipatory repudiation. This is when you have a contract with somebody and they're giving you signals that they're not going to complete the contract.
That's a great movie.
And you don't have to wait until the last minute in order for you to claim breach. In fact, it was also done during one of the Israeli wars. I think it was Egypt. They called it anticipatory self-defense. They looked through the binoculars or whatever, and they saw tanks on the horizon. And they're saying, well, we're not going to wait till they start firing. And the idea was you anticipate, not because you're overly creative with the inevitable, but you're saying, why do I have to wait before I act? Let's go to, let me see, let's go to Scott in Kentucky. Scott, you're on another side of Midnight with Lionel.
Yes, good morning, Lionel. Thank you for taking my call. I'd like to discuss this morning the Epstein files, which really is very troublesome.
I don't want to hear about the fucking Epstein. I'm sick of the fucking Epstein file. Fuck you. Fucking dumbass. Anyway, the Minority Report, that was a great movie. If you don't know about the movie, you know, spoiler, I don't care, whatever the fuck. If you didn't watch it by now, then whatever. Who cares? Basically, it's about that. Of course, it's in the future. And they have like this computer, right? And it's, it's a database, and it can predict. Well, not predict, but it kind of like basically it can tell the police that any particular, for example, in this case, it was Tom Cruise himself, I believe, if I remember the movie, that he was prone to commit a crime later on. I believe he was prone to commit murder. So that's what this computer does. It can tell the police department, even though you never committed a crime, that based on your whatever behavior and your DNA and all that, that this person is about to commit murder. So they can lock you up before you even, even think about, or if you're capable of committing a crime. So they can lock you up just because, they think that you are going to commit murder. So it's pretty fucking crazy. So yeah. So that's like the AI thing. The AI is like, well, we can anticipate that based on this person's track record and maybe, DNA or whatever, all these factors, they can say this person is going to be a future murderer. So we need to lock him up now. So he will never even have a chance to commit that. Which is crazy.
A name. And by the way, what if a lot of the people in the files themselves settled, don't want this brought up, are not interested in this? And let me ask you further. If you've got somebody, let's say the biggest name in the world, the biggest, let's just assume, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, whatever it is, what do you really think you're going to be able to do about that? Well, these are practical considerations.
If the world doesn't know, it can't do anything. I'd like to say the Epstein files prove there is a vast Jewish plot to control the U.S. and the world. How
does that prove anything?
Okay, this guy's fucking nuts. Yeah, this guy's fucking nuts. A vast Jewish. Get the fuck out of here, dumbass. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna hear that. Not gonna hear that. By the way, this whole Epstein thing is bullshit. By the way, it's not only Epstein. If you really want to uncover, pedophilia, call it for what it is, Just fucking look at Hollywood. Look at Hollywood. How about that? How about investigate Hollywood as a whole? Start with that. Start with Hollywood. You know? Because I guarantee you, wherever there's a lot of money, in other words, a lot of money and fame, you're gonna have pedophiles. Look at, and by the way, you're gonna have not only pedophiles, but you're gonna have fucking creeps like Harvey Weinstein. We can all agree that the guy was a fucking creep, right? We can agree on that. I think the guy was a fucking creep. You know? Now, is it 100% his fault? No. I believe that the system, the way it's set up is, you know, some of these women, you know, I'm going to say, some of them were not, I'm going to say, they're not fucking Bambi. They're not going in the guy's hotel room thinking that, oh, I'm going to go to his hotel room at 2 a.m. and, you know, he's going to give me a job at you know, no. They're going in there because they want to seduce the guy. They want to juice him up for whatever to get the job. Okay, a lot of these women, they know what the fuck they're doing. I'm sorry. I don't care if people don't like it. They get offended by it. It's the fucking truth. Just like the whole Mike Tyson shit that happened to him. You know, Desiree Washington went up to his hotel room at 2 a.m. I'm sorry, I don't care. Bitch. I'm gonna say it, bitch. You knew what the fuck you was doing. Okay, you went up there to fucking seduce the guy. To get your whatever fucking, you know, whatever. The same thing that happened in Hollywood. Okay? So this Epstein's thing is bullshit. It's just fucking a microcosm of whatever is going on in rich society, in Hollywood and all that. Okay? I'm going to say it like it is here, bro. You don't like it? I don't care. I don't fucking care. But that's the truth. Whenever there's fame and money, you're always going to have that shit. You're always going to have a few people that are going to fucking exploit that shit like nobody's fucking business. Okay? And that's the fucking bottom fucking line. That's the fact. You're going to have that shit. So all this Epstein talk is bullshit. This has been going on since the beginning of time. Okay? Yeah, it was Epstein a fucking creep? Yeah, he was a fucking creep. Did he know a lot of people? Yeah, he know a lot of people because the guy was a fucking billionaire. Anybody that has a lot of money knows a lot of people. That's it. Anybody that has a lot of money, especially $1 billion, you know a lot of fucking people. You have a lot of fucking connections. That's it. So it's not an Epstein thing. It's a money thing. It's a rich thing. Is, you know, when you have so much money that you can just say, you know what? When you have so much money that women are going to throw themselves at you, yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to fucking happen that, you know, some women are going to cry foul later on. Oh, boo, I've been SA'd. You know, I don't want to say the R word because I don't want you two to fucking man this fucking live stream. But yeah, I've been SA'd, 20 years later. When they're fucking broke and they need the money, they come out of the woodwork. That's what I believe. I believe that a lot of this shit is, bullshit. I believe that a lot of this shit is that they're money grabbing. Because a lot of those so-called victims are in their 40s and 50s now. Okay? I believe a lot of the so-called victims are in their 40s and 50s or whatever, and they haven't done nothing else with their fucking life, and they want one more payday before they dry up and fucking die. That's what I'm going to say. You know, they already hit the wall. They're not cute and sexy when they were in their early 20s. So now they're in their 40s and 50s. They're all fucking bunch of yentas, wrinkly old fucking bags. And they just want one more payday. That's it. That's all it is. To me, that's all it is. So they're going to say what they're going to say because, of course, now the prevailing wind is classifying all these fucking whores as victims. And that's what I believe. So I believe this whole Epstein thing is a bunch of bullshit. But it is a microcosm of what's going on in society. So, you know, Hollywood, P. Diddy, all this shit. It's been going on for a long time. It's just now people are talking about it now because, you know, now it's, you know, PC to talk about it now. But this shit been going on since the beginning of time. The same thing with Ron Jeremy. When they, you know, try to, you know, crucify him to be a rapist. Hello, the guy was a porn star. The guy was banging chicks left and right on film. All right? Let's just call it for what it is. Let's call a spade for what it is, a spade. And of course, they want to crucify Ron Jeremy as a rapist. Okay? As a, S.A. You see what I'm saying about that? So, of course, now all of a sudden these, you know, adult actresses are coming forward. Oh, yeah, he raped me. No, you're an adult actress. I'm sorry. Nobody's going to believe you. But apparently some people are believing them. Believe me, I know because I follow this crap. Unfortunately, there's a couple of particular ones. And they've been crying foul about this guy for years now. You know, and it's a lie. Because right now they're all dried up, 40 plus years old. They're irrelevant now. Very little fame they had when they were doing those movies. And now they just want to get their another 15 minutes of fame before they move on, before they're gone. And that's all it is. It's a money grab. That's all it is. I'm going to say it. That's all it is. You know? The absurdity of it that they want to call an adult star a rapist, even though he made over, God knows, I think he made over 1,000 films. And they all been on multiple videos with the guy. And now all of a sudden they're crying foul that he was an SA. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking bullshit.
Handful of American pilots,
Fuck
one
you.
of which was Milton Rubenfeld, who is the father of Pee Wee Herman.
Really?
These 6 pilots, American veteran World War II pilots, banded together in 1948, met in New York, flew to South America, picked up a couple of planes, flew across the Atlantic 11 hours, landed in Morocco, then got refueled and flew through the British embargo, landed in Israel, and said, "We're here to help. What can we do?" And the Israelis said, "Well, we just put together these 6 planes, Messerschmitts from parts we bought from Czechoslovakia. We have no one to fly them. Can you help us?" And they literally, according to the words of Ben Gurion, saved Israel. Pee Wee Herman's father was an aircraft acrobatic instructor before the war, for circuses, aircraft circuses, and then he flew for the British and the Americans. And the really important point is these guys had everything. They had women, they had cars, they had fame, they had money, they were pilots, they were famous, they were aces. But when they got to Israel, they realized, this is my home, and they founded the Israeli Air Force.
Excellent.
It's the whole story is in a movie called Above and Beyond You can
Well,
watch
Steve,
it.
I'm going to look it up. I thank you for that. I find those stories.
Yeah, that is fascinating. I didn't know about that, by the way. Oh, good morning, Matt Ready DX. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. So early on the early days of Israel, I know that I already knew that. The early days of the Israeli Air Force, they did have measurements. They did have BF what is it? BF 109, right? BF 109 right? Maverick DX says here he knows about aviation. I believe the early Israeli Air Force, the inception of the Israeli Air Force, had BF 109 measurements. The irony of it, right? It was a whole bunch of measures. Of course, after World War II, there was a lot of them were. Some of them went to Russia. So I know Russia captured a whole bunch of them because they wanted, of course, the technology, German technology, whatever. But I believe some of them went to the Israeli Air Force. That was the first plane for the Israeli Air Force. Was ironically the measurement, the BF 109. Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. Yeah. All right. So they're going to a break. Yeah, he's going to a break. All right. Yeah. Yeah, the BF 109. That's right. Messerschmitt. Wow, I've been on for 3 hours and 50 minutes right now. Wow, this is my third live stream of today. I did a barbecue live stream for about an hour or so, an hour and a half or whatever. Before that, I was testing out the sound, the podcaster starter kit. Of course, that one, when I heard the replay, I was like, oh my God, my microphone was so low. So actually that one now, next time I do a live stream with that setup, I have to put the microphone level up and I have to put the microphone right near my face. But I think that one was because of the foam. If I take out the foam, the microphone is more sensitive. So I may take out the foam on that one. I think I did that one with the original microphone on the streaming setup in the other room. I think that one originally had the foam, but I noticed the foam made my microphone audio sound lower. So I think that's what happened. I think I got to take away the foam. And then the microphone is more sensitive. So, the foam is good if you're in a, and there's an area where there's wind or noise or whatever. But I think that's what happened. I think I need to take out that foam out of the microphone. Because when I heard the replay, I sounded low. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God, James Farley should have told me. I know he did tell me. I know James Farley did tell me that the microphone sounded better when it was right near me. So I kept putting the microphone away from me because I'm used to that with the other microphone. But I realized that the other microphone does not have that foam around the microphone. So I'm gonna try it again. I'll stream probably within the next couple of days on that setup, just to test it out one more time before the World Cup. Before the first World Cup game on Thursday. Because I'm gonna my first live stream on the World Cup is gonna be Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. 1 hour before the first World Cup match, which is going to be Mexico versus South Africa. That's going to be the first game of the World Cup. And that's at 3 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. So I will start that live stream an hour before that. That's going to be my first day of 39 days live streaming. I'm gonna live stream, Well, it's not going to be 39 days in a row. It's going to be, I'm going to live stream for, I'll come on that day at 2 in the afternoon. And I'm going to stay on to the later game. Because there's only 2 games that day. It's Mexico and South Africa. Then the second game, I forgot what the second game is. I think it's South Korea and I forgot who's playing the second game. Anyway, so it's only going to be 2 games. But the second game is at 10 p.m. So that's why I have to I'm going to try to cover the second game. So that's going to be a 12-hour live stream or close to 12-hour live stream. Well, technically 11 hours and 55 minutes. I'm going to try. And then the following day is going to be, I believe, United States, USA, and Canada. Canada is going to play first. And then USA is going to play in the evening on Friday. So that's going to be the other game. The other games. And then Saturday, we're going to have 5 games. I think it's 5 games. So Saturday is, So yeah, it's going to be everyday streaming for the World Cup. So I need to fix that microphone issue before that. I need to get that thing corrected. So I'm going to do maybe one more test stream before the
But I've thought about this, and I would use as a forerunner, a precursor would be plastic surgery. That started out as something. I mean, that is basically changing what you look like and putting that. I'm a practicing Catholic, but I'm not against science. But I just put all together. I think there's going to be. It's a slippery slope, but I think it's a natural transgression.
Do you see a problem with plastic and cosmetic surgery? Do you see a problem with that?
No, I'm using that as
no.
No, I'm saying that if the way that has changed, once that science comes into the picture, of course it's going to go that way.
But let me throw something in there. There are some times when I have seen people who suffer from, and you've seen these people when they've had all this stuff and these implants and their lips and they take on a kind of like that Bride of Wildenstein look. This is dysmorphia. And there are doctors who I think are unethical they should be able to tell people you cannot have any more plastic surgery. You can't do this. But then again, if your job... Mickey Rourke, Kenny Loggins, Kenny Rogers. There
was another woman, a very beautiful woman. Her name escapes me. She was a blonde, a newscaster, and she. But my point was that.
Yes. No. But I'm saying is. Yes.
With the technology, also, as we become more secular in society, you put it all together, and I think it's just natural that there's going.
Blonde. He's talking about Greta Van Susteren, whatever. She's yeah, she had that eye lift, whatever. Yeah, she looked creepy. Yeah, that's Greta Van Susteren. That's her name. She's on Fox. Before that, I think she was on CNN or something. Anyway, she had that eye lift. That's the surgery that she had, the eye lift. So, yeah, she definitely looked creepy with the eye lift. I don't understand the whole surgery thing, plastic surgery, but then again, to each his own. But yeah. Mary DX, I like the color of the radio. It is the same as England and Liverpool. Oh, cool.
I don't even know, for example, do they even have boards that even say, this is your 20th plastic surgery today? But let me leave you with this before the music starts. What really scared me the most is when I saw people from teaching hospitals pediatric hospitals of renown who were basically signing off on genital mutilation and puberty blocking and gender reaffirmation. It made me think, dear God, this can't be. More coming up on the other side of midnight with Lionel. 800-848-9222. More coming up, my friends. Stay tuned.
There you go. Next, they're going on a break now. So yeah. And that's why all this stuff is a slippery slope. No, you didn't. I don't know what you mean by no, I didn't. Why? I lowered the volume. BJ Sun C4. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't.
After at least a dozen people shot yesterday afternoon near a community street festival in Toledo, Ohio. Toledo police officers responded to a report of a person shot near the Old West End Festival at about 5:30 p.m. But when they arrived, they found multiple shooting victims, many of the victims taken to nearby hospitals, victims ranging in age from 14 to 61, and 2 of the wounded in critical condition.
This is one of the most iconic festivals in Toledo, and it's a shame that something like this had to ruin it. So please, I know there's information out there. Please help us help you.
Toledo Public Safety Director George Kroll, police are working to determine the circumstances behind those shootings. Texas prosecutors rested in the case of a teenager stabbed to death at a track meet. Carmelo Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old student athlete Austin Metcalf last year. Here's News Nation's Xavier Walton.
Potentially the most impactful witness, at least to this point, the third witness. This was a Frisco police officer who was involved in locating the weapon that was used. So in this case, it was a pocket knife. They showed an 11-minute long body cam video. It shows the entire process from when he got onto the scene to where they were trying to create the crime scene and then also locating the weapon that was used.
According to the defense, the stabbing was done in self-defense. On the ice, the Vegas Golden Knights went out a true nail-biter with a 5-4 win in double overtime over the Carolina Hurricanes in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals, as heard on ABC.
Theodore drive off the back wall, drops in. Vegas wins in double overtime.
Vegas now has a 2-1 lead, Game 4 of the best-of-7 series, Tuesday night in Las Vegas. And Golden Tempo won the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes on Saturday.
Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final strides. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Odyssey Fox with jockey Jose Ortiz aboard. Golden Tempo charged down the stretch at Saratoga Racecourse to win. Golden Tempo captured the third leg of the Triple Crown 5 weeks after winning the Kentucky Derby and making more history for trainer Sherry DeVoe. DeVoe, becoming the first woman to train a Kentucky Derby winner, is the second in 4 years to do it at the Belmont. As the excitement grows ahead of Game 3 of the NBA Finals, the New York Knicks and the Secret Service are announcing enhanced security measures for Monday night at Madison Square Garden. President Trump is expected to attend, and so is New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Officials say no bags will be allowed. This is the Worldwide News Network.
And you know, Worldwide News Network now is before it was it CBS? Anyway. RSPdx has such a strong medium wave signal for WABC. Yeah, it's a blowtorch. The only strong signal I have left here during the day is BBC Radio 5 Live and TalkSport. In the past, I would have had several. Goes to show how medium wave is declining here. Yeah, it's pretty sad that that's happening. Yeah. I mean, we still have a bunch of shortwave, and it is pretty crowded still. Yeah. I know when I do the world radio map, for example, when I go to worldradiomap.com and I go to England and I start picking out certain cities, I noticed that the medium wave spectrum is less, is less stations. He's not like every other, a lot of stations, especially I think I did Oxford, England, Oxford, and I noticed that he doesn't have that many medium wave stations that are local. So, I was thinking about that. I was like, wow, I thought it would be more medium wave stations, but I think I know where he's at is less medium wave stations. I think compared to where you at, if I remember, something like that. I mean, compared to my medium wave station, I have a lot of stations still. So yeah, it's like wow, it's like yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Down, the city has a contingency plan with buses on standby. New York State is commemorating America's 250th anniversary with more than 200 exhibitions and immersive activities. Some of the events happening across the region include the largest international flotilla of ships in New York Harbor from July 3rd to the 9th. That same week, Jones Beach State Park will put on the Four-Leaf Air Show featuring military and civilian aerobatic performances. RevFest 250 in the Mid-Hudson region will also commemorate the Battle of White Plains at the Ward Pound Ridge Reservation.
Oh, yeah. It's another thing. I may want to go downtown for that, in New York Harbor. I remember when I was a kid back in 1976. I was, of course, I was a kid. I remember Operation Sail. It was on TV, and you had all these old ships, like, it was a big flotilla. It was a lot of boats, a lot of old ships on New York Harbor. It was beautiful. It was awesome. We're talking about the bicentennial, 1976. I was 10 years old at that time. I was around. I was 9. I was about to turn 10, and I remember that. So it's good to see. It's good to see that they're gonna do that for the 250th anniversary. There's gonna be like a big flotilla of all these ships out there. So I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can go out there and maybe shoot videos of all these old ships. I'm gonna, of course, tell my wife that I'm gonna, so maybe we can all go as a family down there and see all these old ships. That would be cool. RSPdx, at least medium wave is protecting the U.S., which helps a lot. Yeah, right now it is. With the current administration, it is. But like I said, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. If another, here we go, Democrats. They prefer medium wave to be shut down because a lot of talk radio, and here in America, talk radio is dominated on medium wave. On FM, it's more music. There is some talk stations on FM. There's only a couple of them, maybe, if any. It's not really. But definitely conservative talk radio is on medium wave. So, of course, the powers that be were to be elected again. We're talking about Democrats. They'll probably would love to shut down medium wave. Basically, to silence the voices. So, yeah. So, right now we dodged a bullet with that. Right now. But that could change in the future. Yeah, that could definitely change in the future.
Zap it with a good blast of electricity, cause cellular division, a little meiosis here and there to pop up. And then we implant it into a woman, and your clone is born. What is your clone in reference to you? Is it your son? No, it's you. Now, this doesn't make any sense. This is where the law and technology, what do you mean it's me? No, it's you. And when you fill out the birth certificate forms, do you say to yourself, who exactly are the parents of this child? The answer is your parents. So what I'm saying is, when you play around with things, when you play around, just like, for example, if we could ever go back in time, if it's possible to go back in time, again, whether it's possible or impossible, but just work with me, and you were to go back and you could theoretically kill people, you could kill Hitler. As a child, would you do this? Okay, fine. But then you got to ask yourself, by changing one little, let's say that's like the wings of the butterfly, one little aspect that seemingly sounds like a good idea, what are you doing in terms of changing the course of civilization, the course of history? Now, what if you went back and killed your parents? Which makes no sense. But what I'm saying is, we need to stop with all this talk about UAPs and we have to ask ourselves, is there anybody even kind of minding the shop, as they say? 800-848-9222, 800-848-9222. Let's go to Alan on Long Island. You're on Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, with subjects, you are an intellectual genius. Your epigones are, I would say, stunted with awareness stunted. Yes, I find the show fascinating. I love it. I get up early, I have my cup of coffee, and I'm listening to your show before my day starts. It's beautiful. The thing is, I'm fascinated by people who are fascinated by things that don't exist, like little green Martians and spaceships flying around, and the government is hiding them. The government couldn't hide a ham sandwich, and you know it, from a bunch of creepy low IQ people in the government.
Yes, it could. Oh, yes, it could.
No, who's hiding them? Come on, who's hiding them? Obama's hiding them? Come on, who? Joe Biden? Clinton's hiding them?
Obama? Do you remember?
The Martians
Alan,
Go ahead.
Alan, I thank you for your call. Do you remember the fact it was the time of the Manhattan Project? It was about 50,000 people. I mean, the numbers were incredible. But because it was compartmentalized, no secrets leaked out. During Enigma, during the code breakers of World War II, there was a story where Ike walked into a store, walked into an office, or the barracks or the office, whatever it was, and said, I will personally shoot anybody who lets any of this information go. Again, it was compartmentalized. There were people who still never told anyone. You don't think people can keep a secret? How did they keep the secret of who killed JFK? Do you know how many 9/11 secrets there are? Do you know how many there are? You never found out. So the idea, the very fact that there are not, how do I say this, that there are not any of this being released goes to show you. And let me also tell you, it's a very, very simple thing too. Many people believe that the president necessarily enjoys the highest security clearance. That is not true. There are other people who have much higher levels. Dave, nope. Strike that one there, Jackson. Strike that one. We don't want that one. Let's go to Benny in Bayside. Benny, you're on Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Hey, good morning. As far as people, as far as with changing DNA and stuff like that, making sure kids are not born hey, your baby might be born special needs. You want to abort it or not? And you were answering the question, well, who should be in charge of that? And 100 years ago, evolution was in charge of that. Again, 200 years ago, if you made it to 75 was amazing. Again, I really believe that, the invention of penicillin and everything else, we advanced our lives faster than evolution could, meaning the Alzheimer's. I mean, the brain dies before the body dies.
Well, let me stop you for 1 second. Evolution would not necessarily improve or would prevent pathologies from happening. Evolution is not going to do that. Evolution is not going to slow down infantile or juvenile leukemia. That's not, evolution's not going to do that. We'll do that. We will do that. But the question is simply, let's go through a couple other things. Charlie, let's assume, I mean, not Charlie, let's assume that we have the technology to make bigger, better, faster, stronger athletes. Tommy John.
There we go. Well, we got some more feedback. Okay, good. Thoroughly rare breed. Hello and welcome to the live stream. Not parents, father and mother. Okay. Azarius, Aurelia. This reminds me of Coast to Coast with George Norrie. Yeah, Lionel is pretty articulate guy. Lionel, he's pretty articulate. He covers a lot of subjects. So this is Lionel. Lionel, what was his last name? I forgot his last name. But yeah, you know, he's on the weekends. I don't know if he's on weekdays because they switched it up. So yeah, Lionel's pretty articulate when it comes to all that. Mary DX, I am surprised the video I did for the new Wi-Fi radio is getting decent views. It seems that they are radios of the future, the way things are going. Yeah. I enjoyed the video. I'm actually thinking about getting the F model. I'm thinking about getting the F model. That's the North American model that has only FM and of course internet radio. I'm thinking about that. I saw one on Amazon for $79. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about maybe picking up one of those. But I want to see. I'm going to wait till you come up with a second follow-up video or review. Because I know that was just a first impression. So I think I'm going to wait for your review video before I may look into the F model. So yeah. Azurius Aurelia, awesome. I will give him a search. Yeah, you know, WABC radio app, WABCradio.com. Just search for Lionel Show, The Other Side of Midnight. So he's on the weekends, but I don't know if he's on during the week now because they changed the schedule. He used to be on during the week, but I don't know what's going on. WABC has been changing a lot of people lately. So I know he's on the weekend. So yeah. Mary Diaz said, yes, I saw on Discord you were thinking about getting the F model. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Because I like the way the radio is built. I like the look of it. I like the whole display thing. I like the fact that the display can turn off, especially when you have it near bedside. That's a radio I would have for internet streaming next to my bed, and I don't want that screen glaring on me. So, all right, thanks again, Lai. I found it. Okay, cool, Azarius. Thank you. Cool. Anything, you know. Thank you. Just smash the like button. Give me a like for that. Meredith DX, a spoiler, everything on the radio I like, but the battery. I know you mentioned the battery life. Maybe because it's an older radio, it's an open box radio. Maybe the battery. I don't know. You know, I don't know about the battery, but you know, I think for internet radio like that, if I can run it for 3 or 4 hours, I think that's the sweet spot for me for internet radio. Because that way I don't have to use my phone. Because right now I use my phone for internet radio. At night, I put my phone there and I have radio apps for that, of course. But if I can put that radio there, that would be nice. That would be nice, especially if it has a bigger selection of radio stations. Because right now, the apps that I use, actually, the apps I use are pretty good. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having the radio there. You know, that would be nice. So I'll look into that. All right, I think I'm going to log off now. I've been out for 4 hours and 19 minutes. This is my third live stream of today. So now it's Sunday morning. So I did 3 live streams on Saturday/Sunday, which is a lot. Wow. 3 live streams. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a great rest of the week. And take care. And I will see you soon. Like I said, I will definitely be here on Thursday for day 1 of the World Cup. So stay tuned for that. Day 1 of the World Cup, 2 o'clock Eastern time on Thursday is going to be the pregame for the first game of the FIFA World Cup 2026. So stay tuned for that. I definitely will be on Thursday for that. But I may be on sooner before Thursday for a couple of, maybe 1 or 2 more test live streams before Thursday. So anyway, have a great week, everybody. I love you all. Take care. Bye-bye. Take care, everybody. Have a great week. Bye-bye.